Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Esports U. We've got NCJAAE action coming up for you. I'm Mr. Bepic, and in the booth with me is the wonderful High Fury. How you doing, my friend?
Oh, we've got a brilliant matchup coming up, so I'm doing exquisite out here, man. I'm excited for today. It's going to
Yeah.
be obviously another collegiate day.
This is an important match too for Group 4. St. Clair County Roadrunners versus the Iowa Central Tritons. Of course, in this format for the NJCAAE in your group stage, you got to be number one to make it out. And to get to that point, these two squads desperately need a win here.
Well, absolutely, because the Iowa side, they are currently 2-2, and St. Clair, they're 3-1. 2-2, that's right around that margin, right, where you could still reach the top, but this has to be a win. Kind of the same goes for St. Clair, even though they do have a little bit more leeway, but we are about to get into the action here as, well, the kickoff has already happened. It's Iowa Central versus St. Clair County.
And St. Clair starting us off with some offense, pressuring that blue net early on. Ratsiuk wants the opener, but is shut down out of the corner. Won't be allowed to pass center. No teammates found. And now in transition, Iowa Central trying to get their offense going. But standard 30 seconds so far. Pretty back and forth. Defense is holding strong.
Well, will it for long though? Because that team now needs to be on the defense. Now is Zesty. The first attempt at getting close control on that first blood. That's good. Well, attempting to keep it clear. And on the side with Iowa, that's something I do want to bring up. Their roster has 7 players, isn't it? Phenomenal. They've got 7 players to add to your squad, but it does bring a bit of deviacy into the side as well, into the actual playing field, because you don't necessarily have the chemistry going every single week in, week out. You might just play with a different type team.
Right. It's nice to have yourself covered if several players can't make it, but hopefully Iowa Central able to keep a semi-consistent roster with those 7 members on the team. They're keeping up with St. Clair County so far right here. I mean, St. Clair, you said earlier, 3-1 in their group so far, and to catch up to the 2 teams at the top of the group who are sitting at 5-0, that 4-1 mark is a must for them at the moment, and Iowa Central definitely a team they should be beating in this best of 5.
Zesty extends his aerial stage. Teammate already up for it. Typical rank shenanigans, but it will end in a 50-50. The ball lodged in between the defending and the attacking party. The ball now will be cleared. Iowa Central, they're getting a bit of reprieve, but St. Clair, they want to put them under pressure right here, right now, and that might just do the job. Jake blasts through the center and gets an open net.
What a fake. Last man had no idea what was coming at him there. One player moving forward, doesn't make contact, and that paves the way for Jake to slam home the opener. Took 2 minutes, but St. Clair finally on the board.
That's kind of what you need. You need to break that seal, break the crack, and actually get that confidence going, because St. Clair, they have been the majority of the attacking force in this particular matchup. Iowa, they've done a brilliant job of defending, but you're not only going to win due to defending, and especially with a ball like this gets awfully close to actually trickling on in.
At the moment, Iowa Central staying pinned back on their half. That demo could open things up. One defender makes it back, but misses, setting up Jake for a second. Iowa Central played such good defense for the first 2 minutes, but now they're crumbling.
Oh, no, yet another time where Jake somewhat finds himself a completely undefended net. 2-0 lead. It's the Rookie League. Entirely doable, entirely possible. But Iowa, they do have to get a move on, and they have to step on it, and they are doing exactly that, getting into the attack. That's at least the start. And now you need to break through Zesty, and Zesty, he's a fierce competitor. Dragon finally going down the line, but it will be stopped at the midfield line. Actually, Sniper, he misses the mark by a mile.
And the Tritons finally afforded a chance to move forward. This is what they need a lot more of. Clearances that lead to extended periods of stay in that orange end, but it's taken away. That net looks mighty open, and that it is. Ratsiuk paves the way for Zesty to put in the 3rd for St. Clair.
The Goldmouth gobbles it down, and what a demo there as well. Completely undefended. That is what it lifts in the net. And St. Clair up by 3. They're marking their dominance right now against Iowa, and you want to do that in the first game, because that first game, it's all about the mental. Good pinch going down the other end. It's not quite in, but it's all about that mental, right? You want to crack it, and you want to break your opponent apart from game number 1 already, from second number 1 ideally, but usually it doesn't go that fast.
And especially the St. Clair's doing it with demos. So now Iowa Central, whenever they're defending, they're going to have to be keeping that eye in the back of their head open, watching out for a St. Clair player that could be coming in to open up a lane for a teammate to score. And that just adds complications to your defensive rotations. Iowa Central has so much to think about defensively at the moment that it becomes even more difficult to get these clearances that turn into offense like we're seeing right here. That's a good setup, but again, no score for Iowa Central.
You do see issues in the defense of St. Clair County. It's not like they're invulnerable in Iowa Central. I think they're starting to get the knack of that. They are starting to realize, hey, we can actually break through. They are making mistakes. It might just be too late for a full-on, fully fledged comeback, but at least it could be enough to instill some confidence within the squad. And I think for the side of Iowa, they need to rely on that solo player Popov to at least pave the road there, at least make that first step.
Yep, well, you talk about solo plays, they nearly made a team passing play in transition happen. The shot was blocked ultimately, but I love the thought from Iowa Central. Keep things mixy in the midfield. Keep St. Clair guessing just like they're doing to you, and it could result in 1 goal to go headed into game 2. But as it stands, St. Clair's defense just as good as their offense, as they are pitching a shutout to the first 4:30 of game 1, and I'm sure they'd love to take that into the second.
And that's an important factor to note, that St. Clair, they're not just an all-out shoot out your opponent and just win that way by simply scoring more goals. Evidently, you win that way every single time. But what I mean with that is that you kind of abandon defense, and they did it right here. But Iowa Central, they press the panic button on the attack as well and don't get away with a goal.
Oh, that hurts. An open net miss is countered by another one from St. Clair, but it doesn't matter. The 3-0 scoreline not going to be closed up whatsoever. Iowa Central, though there was a chance to get some momentum heading into next game scoring-wise, they couldn't put it home. I will say, though, Hyperia, they did a great job of working their way into more possession, and perhaps we see them on that orange side of the pitch in game 2.
And that's what you got to do. It matters more of how you end the game than how you start it. Well, Iowa, they started up in their pace. They started getting into it, which is also always why you call that game number 1 a warm-up game. It doesn't really matter that much. You just want to move on through. And St. Clair, sure, you must be happy that you got a 3-0 victory. You need to stay locked in. You have to be dialed in, because otherwise it could just get out of hand.
Staying locked in is where St. Clair's going to have to remain from now until the rest of this group stage if they're vying for that number 1 spot, trying to catch up to the 2 squads, Trinity Valley and Dallas Eastfield, who have posted a solid first half plus 1 game in this round robin. 5-0, St. Clair going to have to be essentially perfect to get to the number 1 spot and into the postseason. And so far, I mean, in this series, they're perfect.
Oh, they're looking really solid. A few open nets, which is, sure, they'll take the victory, but in the end, there's no real prestige in wrestling a hungry bear. So I do want to see some opposition out of the side of Iowa, and they can very much deliver that. I have seen a bit of confidence surging through them, and this could already be the opener right off the kickoff to the back where it was sent by St. Clair. They try to strike back.
That's a good stop, though, on the defensive end. Iowa Central keeping it close to their cars, not allowing St. Clair to move forward quickly and score an opener when the Tritons had the first chance of the game. And speaking of Tritons, for more possession, but no one to receive that ball except for Ratsiuk. He's going to stick with it. Go for the double. He's got it! Ratsiuk from the back wall, opening up game 2 with some style.
As soon as he pressed the boost button on this second tap, I was like, okay, this kid is out of his mind. But apparently he is. He's just insane at the game itself. That is a ridiculous shot, and one you do not expect to be seeing right here, right now. And well, you saw it on the side of Iowa. They weren't prepared for it. They weren't defending it. It's one of those shots where, okay, you go for it, you score it, and congratulations. If you don't, well, that was the more likely outcome, but he beats the odds. He will score the goal. His dead kid drops it down as well, ties it right back up.
Well, you and I were ready for that Ratsuk goal. The St. Clair County defense wasn't ready for this back wall barrage that Iowa Central just put on them. Consecutive passes off an undefended back wall, and a shot was bound to go in. I'm happy to see Iowa Central finally finding their shooting boots in this series. They were a bit inaccurate in the first game, but they're finally on the board, and it was a great setup, great finish to put them there.
The first goal of the series for them, and that might just bring some confidence with it. Zesty is going to try and squander that and shut it down directly. The Rebellion not squished just yet. St. Clair, they still have a big old Rebellion to face, and currently Iowa Central are being pressed back. Ratsuk trying to break the seal, but his Dragonfire with a good 50 set it all the way down the St. Clair half, and they're struggling to break out.
They are, and Dead Kittens trying to keep them there. Still, Clear is found. Goes right to Dragonfire, though. Looked across the midfield line. Cannot. St. Clair County starting to employ that lockdown midfield defense that they did so well in the first game, and it's starting to work. St. Clair upping their possession numbers, forcing a miss, but the shot does not ring out. Player jumped up expecting that miss, but didn't have the read when it happened. Still could find a goal in transition. Now Dead Kittens going to make the save.
50, St. Clair, that's where their aggression is coming through on that attacking, and they don't allow Iowa Central to break out comfortably any single time, and as soon as they do, well, you see it right here, they got all the way down the other end, but the other two were still back prepping for another defense. That is something you have to change on the side of Iowa. You need to get more comfortable and confident with yourself that you can break through, because St. Clair, you see, they're already on the prowl as soon as that ball lands in the mid.
And the Tritons were having success when they were finding one another on the sides, when they were positioning for the pass out of defense. Right now, though, it was a solo effort that got them out, and a shot a little bit short of being on target. It worked as a pass, but the shot never really came through, and St. Clair now a chance off the opponent back wall, and Iowa Central exposed on the defensive end again. Great counterattack from the Skippers.
Here you see the strength thing going in tandem. One misses it, sure, Zesty. I don't know whether it was intended. We might never know. But they were there to back him up. They had the communication to do so, and that's why you need to send that second man up the pitch and kind of have that third be the defensive one as you do arrive late for the 50. Dead Kitten, unfortunately, he just has to watch that one bounce away out of touch, which is he had no boost to try and close that gap. That hurts.
There have been mistakes on the St. Clair side that have not been capitalized on. Times where Iowa Central's needed a player pushed up a little bit further and they would have had a goal, or shooting a little bit more accurate. Here, the same case, a bit high. Here comes the follow-up, no good. Off target again. The Tritons have been robbed of several goals now.
Keep on getting away with it as well as St. Clair go all the way down the line. Zesty, good infield pass. Nobody there to receive in. Will end in the St. Clair corner pocket. For that pocket of space into the attack as well. Jake gonna flip underneath the ball. Zesty quick to it to recover that mistake and clear away from St. County. They're staying controlled in defense. That's an important part, but they do get on tandem yet again. The double commit evident. They do finally break away.
St. Clair looking to extend their lead. Ratsuk stepping up, putting it off the blue back wall for Zesty. Again, returning the favor, but Ratsuk's final shot, it's the post and will remain out, clanking off the pipe. 60 seconds left, though. St. Clair don't need another goal. They just need to keep Iowa Central out of the offensive end, and they are doing a mighty fine job of that. The best defense is a good offense for the Skippers right now. They are exemplifying that statement.
And for Iowa Central, there's no sense dilly-dallying. You have to get a move on. You've got 40 seconds to try and bring it back against St. Clair. St. Clair that have been the most vulnerable they've been this entire series. This is your time to strike. You have been laying in the bushes, hiding away. It's time to show your fangs and bite down.
Speaking of, Ratsuk wanted to flash his fangs real quickly, but didn't have enough boost to do so. 20 seconds now on the clock. Great setup again, using that back wall to find a teammate. Defense gets in the way, though, and the follow-up from the last man is successful. St. Clair escaping that potential chance for the Tritons, and now trying to close them down on 0 seconds. Pop up into the air. Ratsiuk taking it himself to the back wall. Zesty commits. Could be a chance in the counterattack for Iowa Central. Sniper Project shut down. Ratsiuk again all over a blue car. Ball still up on 0 seconds though. Iowa Central going to have to reset on this sidewall. Ball firmly in the hands of St. Clair County, and the series the same.
That's such an unfortunate ending ball to me, because Sniper had the good first touch, had a brilliant first touch even, but he kind of didn't have faith in himself that he was going to get that touch, backed out, allowed the opponent to close the gap already, and he lost possession, trying to reprimand that and amend the mistake that you made earlier. That's always tough when that ball comes flying right on top of Iowa Central. They got closer, I guess. Still no cigar, but I guess it's their step in the right direction.
They held St. Clair to fewer shots this game and got some more of their own. They're closing that offensive gap, I think, and it comes from better clears and better sustained offense, but you got to make sure you're getting over that hump of whatever score your opposition puts up, and so far, Iowa Central unable to do that. St. Clair County has just been more clinical on the offensive end than the boys in blue, and that definitely has to change in Game 3.
Sometimes they just do be like that. Sometimes your opponent is just simply better than you in the previous 2 games. And I do feel like that kind of has been the case. St. Clair, they've had more offensive pressure. They've had more attacking power. But things can turn a reverse sweep. Right. That's not uncommon in Rocket League. It's still entirely possible. But now it's that mental tenacity that needs to come through.
Things have been trending in the right direction for the Tritons. They just have to keep going that way. And now they are backs to the wall in this series. They lose this. Their hopes of first not too far behind. Jake trying to dash all the dreams of Iowa Central. What a stuff.
Dreams with this first goal within 6 seconds just almost seem eviscerated already for Iowa Central. You have been performing to a pretty decent standard throughout, but it's just that opening goal will always fall in favor of St. Clair, and that puts them a massive margin up already. You are in the backseat the entire time trying to wrestle away at that steering wheel. They might just be able to get it under control more and more at St. Clair right now. An open net, Ratchuk, not enough power behind it.
And not only St. Clair up in the physical game, 1-0 on the scoreboard, but the mental as well. Elimination for the Tritons, essentially. This is match point for St. Clair County. Iowa Central in an early hole. Dead Kittens trying to amend that, trying to get one back, but be Dragonfire to keep the ball in the orange, and running low on the boost fund, just puts it along the corner wall. Won't be able to find anything. Zesty very much in the way of that touch as well, and then Jake steps up and gets a wheel on that ball. Iowa Centrals cannot break through the St. Clair rotations, and their offense suffering as a result.
In an awkward spot and then gives away possession. Still was able to amend his mistake, but the charge on throw will still be happening by the name of Zesty. Puts in the second. St. Clair are up by 2.
And now Iowa Central going to have to score more goals in this game just to force an overtime than they have this entire series long. Not a good start in Game 3, but on the flip side, the Skippers continuing their offensive onslaught. Their players look so in tune. The finishes are clean, accurate, and have some decent pace behind them. If they keep this up, they very much could challenge for that #1 spot.
They're incredibly well worked. They sometimes have a weird miss, but also awkward touches into the attack, as we see right here. St. Clair still moving their pieces in a perfect position as Zesty does dive underneath, but they manage to retain possession. That's the most important part about such position, where you might have a misser, but at least it forces it out yet again. St. Clair, they miss the ball, but it forces it out to Zesty, who then gets an infield pass. Sure, it might not be scored as it probably should have, as we saw right there, but they are getting the steps all the way down to the end.
You can tell that the St. Clair County players have been spending their fair share of time at the Improv Club, because they are so ready to just quickly react to whatever happens and adjust on the fly, and they're doing that phenomenally. And speaking of, what a setup for Jake to finish. Ratsiuk danced his way around all 3 Iowa Central defenders and set up St. Clair for the 3rd.
They are so in sync on the side of St. Clair, and that is what you get if you play with the same 3 players every single week. You know the nicks and knacks that you are going to come out with, and you know what your teammate is going to do as well if they're going to touch a ball. You know exactly what capabilities they have, and Iowa Central, they need to find capabilities they haven't yet to find before 3 goals at halftime. It is possible entirely, but they do need to do a quick 180.
Possible, but very, very difficult. This could be the start, though. Sniper Project off the back wall. There's no follow-up. No one wants to commit that. Instead, Iowa Central going to play the midfield game, but Dragonfire makes no contact on that challenge, and St. Clair will be allowed more time in that blue end where they have already made a very comfortable living in this series, pushing for a 4th, even though they don't really need one. It would sure feel good for the Skippers, and even when they don't come up with anything on the offensive end, their defense playing so well. What a touch and a continuation from Zesty.
Wow. Yeah, I feel like this is another one of those instances where the comedy club comes in handy, because he did not necessarily mean that initial touch, but he improved on the spot, thought, oh, I still got boost to play with. I'll keep it up here. I'll keep it out of danger so my teammates can react appropriately, and well, they will. Zesty charges onto the attack and puts another goal in that belly.
Zesty started the clearance from the defensive end and then finished it off with a 4th goal. The Tritons have battled hard in this series, but they are not able to find anything on the offensive end. They got that 1 goal, but aside from that in game 2, we've not seen much. They put some pressure on, but when it comes to pressure, St. Clair County's king.
The pressure is insane, and depression might already be hitting on the side of Iowa, because right now it is not looking great for them. They are certainly having to look on the bright side of life, but currently it is looking rather bleak for them in this Rocket League match. Obviously, all metaphors contained within this Rocket League match, and even that will not go in.
It's just not been, the ball's not been on the side of the Tritons in this series. Slightly off all 3 games. That one no different. Could have started something, momentum into next week, but nothing doing. Iowa Central struggling to just find one in game number 3 when the Skippers have had their fair share of offense. They continue to play in the blue end. 60 seconds left, and the Skippers want more.
Evidently. They want to not have it come down to a silly goal differential tiebreaker where they lost out when they could have been getting more in this particular match. So Zesty will tally onto the count in an exquisite way, clinks it off the post and trickles it on in.
That was 5 stars and a chef's kiss, Zesty. Clean hit. They were moving down the field as well. It is so hard to put an accurate shot on when you are flying at light speed down the pitch, but Zesty, a player that can most certainly do it. 6-0, St. Clair County, unrelenting.
What is the speed of light? Isn't it like 1.6 million kilometers an hour?
You're asking the wrong guy, Hive. I have no idea. I'll take your word for it, though.
You know, that's the beautiful thing about these home broadcasts. You can just look it up.
Yeah. I mean, 6-0, Iowa Central and St. Clair. A bit of a formality at this point. We can take a quick check-in to how the Skippers are doing while you do check out what the speed of light is, because that's what Zesty was flying at. And the Skippers going to send that ball into the back of their net at the speed of light. A bit of an unfortunate own goal, but no worries. This game 3 is a bit under wraps.
299,792,458 meters a second.
I was gonna guess that, but
yeah, that's sorry, man. I took away the stage from you. I should have let you out a guess beforehand. My bad, honestly, on me.
It's all right. It's all right. Game 3, it's coming to a close, Hive, and St. Clair. I think they definitely showed us and everyone else in this group 4 that they can contest for the #1 spot. They just might be postseason bound if they continue on this hot streak and some of things go their way.
Well, they certainly went their way 3-0, and especially that final one, the way you send it off, basically looking perfect for them. Honestly, a 6-1 to end it. You can kind of see the mental game suffering on the side of Iowa Central as well, and it's very understandable because they were struggling to move into the attack consistently.
And once they did get there, it was tough to find those clean shots on net. A couple of unfortunate misses didn't help their cause, and then once the Skippers caught fire in Game 3, it was just about over for Iowa Central. And I believe we have an interview coming up after a short break. I'm going to confirm that real quick, but we do have an interview coming up. So we're going to take a short break as we get set up for that, but we're going to hear from a skipper in just a little bit.
Right here, right now, and that might just do the job. Jake blasts through the center, gets an open net.
What a fake. Last man had no idea what was coming at him there. One player moving forward, doesn't make contacts, up. One defender makes it back, but misses, setting up Jake for a second. Iowa Central played such good defense for the first 2 minutes, but now they're crumbling.
No, yet another time where Jake
in that orange end, but it's taken away. That net looks mighty open, and that it is. Ratsiuk paves the way for Zesty to put in the third for St. Clair.
Goldmouth gobbles it down, and what a demo there.
Oh, that hurts. An open net miss is countered by another one from St. Clair, but it doesn't matter. The 3-0 scoreline not going to be close. Receive that ball except for Ratsiuk. He's going to stick with it. Go for the double. He's got it. Ratsiuk from the back wall, opening up game 2 with some style.
As soon as he pressed the boost button on this second tap, I was like, okay, this likely outcome, but he beats the odds. He will score the goal as Dead Kid drops it down as well, ties it right back up.
Well, you and I were ready for that Ratsiuk goal. The St. Clair County defense wasn't ready for this back wall barrage that Iowa really came through. And St. Clair now a chance off the opponent back wall. And Iowa Central exposed on the defensive end again. Great counterattack from the Skippers.
Here you see the strength thing going in tandem. One misses it, sure.
Jack shut down. Ratsiuk again all over a blue car. Ball still up on 0 seconds though. Iowa Central going to have to reset on this sidewall. Ball firmly in the hands of St. Clair County, and in this series they lose this. Their hopes of first not too far behind. Jake trying to dash all the dreams of Iowa Central. What a stuff.
Dreams with this first goal within 6 seconds just almost seemed eviscerated. Mistake, but the charge roll through will still be happening by the name of Zesty. Puts in the second. St. Clair are up by 2.
And now Iowa Central going to have to score more goals in this game just to force an overtime than they have this entire series of fly, and they're doing that phenomenally. And speaking of, what a setup for Jake to finish. Ratsiuk danced his way around all 3 Iowa Central defenders and set up St. Clair for the third.
They are so dangerous, so my teammates can react appropriately, and well, they will. Zesty charges onto the attack and puts another goal in that belly.
Zesty started the clearance from the defensive end and then finished it off with a 4th goal. But aside from that, in game 2, we've not seen much. They put some pressure on, but when it comes to pressure, St. Clair County
getting more in this particular match. Zesty will tally also the count in an exquisite way, clinks it off the post and trickles it on in.
That was 5 stars and a chef's kiss, Zesty. Clean it is, because that's what Zesty was flying at. And the Skippers going to send that ball into the back of their net at the speed of light. A bit of an unfortunate own goal, but no worries. This game 3 is a bit under wraps.
299 million.
Definitely showed us and everyone else in this group 4 that they can contest for the #1 spot. They just might be postseason bound.
Don't worry about that.
They want to put them under pressure right here, right now, and that might...
Welcome back. Now we've got Zesty in the booth with us from the St. Clair County Community College squad, who just won 3-0 over Iowa Central. Zesty, how you doing, my friend?
Doing well.
Well, I'm happy to hear. You ought to be doing well after that 3-0 win. That was a great showing in week number 5. And there are two teams right now sitting at the top of your group at 5-0. How are you guys getting locked in for the end of this group stage to make sure you can catch both those teams to grab the number 1 spot?
We're just gonna keep practicing really hard, and we're just getting better and better with each other every week. And yeah, we're hoping to. I think we verse Trinity next week, so it's gonna be a lot of practice going into that one.
Absolutely. And well, you mentioned improving and stuff like that. Then how do you look back on a win like this? Is it kind of, oh, we swept them, nowhere, we don't have to look at it again? Or do you still look for points of improvement?
Um, we still try to look for points of improvement. You when you do 3-0 or play really well, and you don't think that there's much to improve on, it's hard to find some things to improve on, but there's always something there.
Hmm. Well, certainly. And well, to further on that, I think there was a stark difference between game number 2 and game number 3. What, in your opinion, was the difference there?
Game number 2 was a lot closer because they had a lot of midfield pressure, and it was really hard to get the ball in their end because of how well that they locked down the midfield. Luckily, our defense held strong enough to not concede more than one, and yeah.
All right, well, Zesty, that's all we've got for you. It was a clean 3-0 from you guys. So go celebrate your win and good luck against Trinity next week.
Thank you guys very much.
And that was Zesty Z from St. Clair County Community College. Up next, here on Esports U, we have ECAC Super Smash Bros. With Kilo Miles and Soy. So it's transitioning from Rocket League to a lot of fighting on the stage. So stay tuned for some more action. I'll be back in a bit.
first, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
My name is Danielle. I am the head of people at the Gamehers. I started my career as a fourth grade teacher, actually, and started just completely in education, working in nonprofit and education reform. Once I got my master's degree in instructional design, I started working in human resources, and specifically DEI. And I've been with the Gamehers for about a year now, leading their people and DEI initiatives. And I specifically lead the ambassador program at the Gamehers. And so it's a lot of fun. I work with almost 100 different ambassadors who represent the brand and our organization and go out into the communities and just kind of spread the word and invite people to become official Gamehers.
Yeah, that's really cool. How did you get into esports? Like, I know you talked about DEI and education, but what sparked your interest about esports specifically?
I was honestly invited into this company. I was between jobs and looking for something new, and one of the founders, her name is Verda Maloney, she invited me to just start as a consultant doing very specific HR work, like creating a handbook, putting some infrastructure in place for the startup, and I just kind of been pulled in that way, completely by chance. I would say, a gamer myself. Like, I have my own PC setup. I love Nintendo games. I play quite a bit on my own, and so I don't compete, but I'm learning a ton about it, and it's really cool to see I guess how the esports in the college space has really grown since I went to college. Like, I went to a Division I school. We had football, basketball, but we didn't really have an esports program in the early 2000s, or I guess late 2000s when I graduated. So it's very different and really cool to see.
Right. Yeah, that's awesome. I know esports is definitely on the rise. What games do you play? What games do you like?
Yeah, I play a lot of Mario Kart. I play currently a ton of Animal Crossing on the PC. I really like management games. So I've played Factorio, a game called Dyson Sphere. I'm playing a Satisfactory right now, a game called Honey. I joined a cult. What was the other game that I really like? I like games that I don't like first-person shooter games. So another game I really like was Monument Valley, which is a mobile game. There's this game called SteamWorld Dig on Switch that I really liked. So I like kind of chill games that are really colorful, maybe a little bit more juvenile, but that's my game.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Who's your go-to player for Mario Kart?
Yoshi.
Really?
Yeah.
The Toad
Yeah.
girl.
Yeah, Toad. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So, going back to the Gamers a little bit, what has been your most proud moment since being a part of Gamers?
Yeah, that's a lovely question. I would say it's getting the ambassador program up and running. So when we have an app at the Gamehers, and the Gamehers realize we need some people to represent the behavior and kind of model exactly how we want the app to feel, and so we started with just some of the beta users in the app and asked them to become ambassadors. And then I got this amazing group of maybe 40 people who were excited about the app and excited about our community, and kind of getting them together. We feel like a real family. I actually talk to them every single day. They're people I rely on, people I game with. So we play a lot of Among Us and Dead by Daylight. I'm not into horror games at all, so that was the first time I played that, and it was not as scary as I thought, but only because of the ambassadors I played that. And so getting that program up and running, and now it's grown from 40 to 70 app ambassadors. They each get their own set of merch, they have meetings, they have get-togethers, they really support one another, and so I'm really proud to have built a community that's so supportive and positive, and a place where people really want to be. We technically have now a waiting list of people who want to become an ambassador, and that's really cool.
That's awesome. Wow. So would you describe it as a team or a family kind of, or just a group of friends? How would you describe the community?
Yeah, I would say the ambassadors are like a family. We have an ambassador Slack, and people can put in all the good things that are happening to them, some things that are maybe challenging them. Like the other day, I put into the app or into the Slack how my allergies were really bothering me, and so I got a lot of some suggestions on how to feel better. So that was wonderful. But also we're really there to lift one another up if you're having a bad day, or to offer suggestions, or just even support you if you're trying to reach for like a Twitch affiliate status. I would say the like entire gaming community is just a really warm group of friends. Everyone just wants to game and find really nice people to game with, and so they're just really open and friendly and welcoming, especially on the app. You can open the app and see people saying, "Hey, I want to like get better at Overwatch. Does anyone want to play?" And you'll have people respond, or just like, "Hey, I had a really crummy day," or "Hey, I had a great day. I got a cupcake, and here's a picture of it." And like that's just really cool and fun. So yeah, it's just a really warm, inviting community. I think really anyone that's looking for friends to game with, that they don't have a group of friends already, you could definitely make friends in the app, or just even in our Discord. Like I'm specifically in the app all the time because that's like one of the things I manage. But our community manager Karina manages our Discord, and I hear it's the exact same over there. Like really warm and friendly, and tons of events, tons of people, diverse, just like a nice place.
Yeah, that's awesome. Everyone seems to be really supportive and with a like interest, so that's really cool. This may be a tough question, but do any of the player success stories stand out to you, or is there anyone in specific that you've seen their growth or anything like that that you could talk about?
Yeah, there's 2 ambassadors. Oh, actually, there's a few. So there's one ambassador who, before she became an ambassador, she didn't stream. And so since like seeing all of the stories in the app, decided to become a streamer, and then reached affiliate status like very quickly. And that was because of the support of the gamers community that she's able to do that. So that's like one story that I love, just because she's like really growing her following and getting mentorship from the community. Then there's another person who I was talking to who explained how she got into streaming, which was just during the pandemic, during COVID, and she was told like, "Hey, you're a really like funny, entertaining person during Apex. You should stream." And so she just started with like her HP laptop and like she told me in Elgato, and like just started, and that's how she got into it. And she's grown her platform to over 1,000 people. Yeah. And then the last person, I just don't want to say names in case they're trying to like be anonymous, but like the last person, she specifically like wants to create a platform for people like her, up and coming streamers with a collegiate / academic like background. So she's getting her PhD in anthropology. She's actually studies like the origin of gaming and how it connects to culture, which is so interesting. And she wants to be like a professor and support a collegiate team, but also like do what is it called? Not games. Teach classes. That's the word. Teach classes about like gaming history and all of that stuff. And so she's created this like really cool platform all about that. And in addition to that, is really like dealing with just like different adversity in her community. Like, she identifies as Jewish. She's gotten a lot of anti-Semitism lately, I think because of like what's going on in the world. And so I've just like watching her deal with that has been really inspirational.
That's awesome. You guys, it seems like you guys really do support each other and learn from each other. That's just such a good community to have. I really admire that. I'm sure, as you know, March is Women's History Month, so I want to talk about that a little bit. What do you feel, or what can you say about the representation of women in esports, and have you seen much growth since you've been at Gamers?
Yeah, definitely women are underrepresented, and I think from my perspective and what I've been told, it's still a space where women are not necessarily welcome, which is so unfortunate. A lot of the people in our community tell me they have to turn off their microphone or turn off their camera because they don't want to be identified as a woman, because it can be toxic, it can be negative, but it can also just distract from the game. And so like that's just truly unfortunate. My background is in education, and I would say the absolute opposite, where there's more women than men. So I've never encountered a space that's like this, where it's male dominated and actually women are excluded like quite overtly. So in the past year, I haven't actually seen that much of a change, like in terms of like how the women are being perceived and treated in esports. But I have seen a concerted effort by leaders in esports to either make tournaments for women or make spaces to highlight women, or just to like break down the barriers and say like, I'm going to have women on my team, and it's like not even a big deal. Like, we're not going to talk about it. It's like they're just an awesome gamer and they deserve a spot. And I think that is exactly what needs to happen. Sorry about that. That's my phone. We just need to see leaders like putting their money where their mouth is, kind of thing. So,
And you being a part of gamers, have you ever had any interactions with anyone where you may have not gotten the respect that you deserved because you're a woman gamer or because you work for gamers? Have you ever had any of those kind of interactions?
and thankfully, no. Like, everywhere I've been has been really welcoming, and I think it's because of the groundwork the gamers has done. The gamers started, I mean, I was going to say they started as a startup, but I would say we're still a startup. But we are a community of people that are actually, like, we're truly gamers. Like, we believe in creating a space for everyone to game and have fun, because at the end of the day, you game because it's enjoyable. And so we're all about just making sure like that is at the foundation of everything we're doing. Um, and I think people who see us and know us understand that that's what we're really about. And we're not about, like some other agenda. Like, we're not about like pushing a beauty product or like something else that's like unrelated to gaming. Like, we're really just about like the joy of gaming and making it so that everyone can have a good time. And so I think I've been welcomed into so many spaces that I wouldn't have before. I think because I'm a gamer, or I'm affiliated with the Gamers, people give me a lot of grace because like I'm very upfront with like my casual gaming background. Like, I don't know everything about every game or the background of every game. Um, but I'm willing to learn, and I just really believe in the mission of where I work, my company. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. I really admire that too. That you guys, I just really admire gamers in general. I think that's awesome, and we definitely need that in the space. Um, I don't really have any more questions except, is there anything else that you want to say or want the world to know either about you personally or gamers that you would like to put out there?
Yeah, I think the only not the only, there's tons of things happening with the Gamers, but something that's big that's happened recently is we just launched a collegiate space specifically for college age gamers and like collegiate esports teams. I think that's like the correct term. So we have a Discord where like college age gamers can find people to game with. We have colleges from all across the country, like in every time zone, I believe. And then we also have a space for collegiate esports teams and their coaches to either like connect or scrimmage or anything, just to learn from one another. And I think that's a nice space that maybe does not exist right now. It's truly a space where it's not competitive. It's about lifting one another up and giving people resources so that, if you have a new team on your campus and you're experiencing adversity, this is a place where you can go to for support or help or advice or anything like that. So I just highly recommend that if you're interested in collegiate esports or you're on a collegiate esports team, check out our college program, check out the Discord, contact us because we have partnerships with individual schools and campuses, and just like come on in. We welcome everyone. You don't have to, identify as a woman. We are a very open community. We have women, feminine identifying people. We even have men in our community. So I would say all are welcome, and we would love to chat with you.
That's awesome. And for those of who may be watching, should they go to your website or can anyone join the Discord? What next steps should they take?
They should go to our website. There's a collegiate button right at the top. They should go to the website, and they'll be connected to the Discord. I believe you have to have like an email address from a school to join our collegiate Discord, but the Gamehers does have a main Discord. So even if you're just curious about like what we're about, you could join our regular Discord and get a sense of our community.
Well, thank you again so much for your time and doing this with me. Thank you for everything. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. It was so nice to meet you.
You too. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
You too. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody, to Esports U, broadcasting ECAC. My name is Keelan Miles, on the mic with Soy, and we're getting ready to go into Husson College, taking on the University of Albany.
Yeah, should be a fun one between these two. Both of these schools at 4-2 so far through the regular season, trying to stay on top, trying to keep their playoff chances alive and well. And I mean, this is an impactful matchup. Two teams at the same record. A win or loss could really shoot you up or down in those standings.
Yeah, and the way this Swiss bracket works, you do not want to be breaking off your streak now, as we're getting in right away. It's going to be D-Danger, the captain, on this Wolf. It looks like, yeah, they're going to be on the Wolf against GCAB. Now, this Yoshi versus Wolf matchup is so tricky, as Wolf's incredibly strong aerials can break double jump armor so early towards the side, especially that forward tilt that just cleaves through things. But the thing is, Wolf also a fast faller, and those up air strings, ooh, they're gonna pack a punch.
Very volatile both ways here, but so far it is D-Danger in the lead, or well, seemingly in the lead for the moment, trying to press his advantage, but he can't find those up tilts. The jabs connect, won't be able to find the stock here, but there's the read on the roll in on the forward smash, able to take that first stock off the board.
Yeah, and now D-Danger with a stock up. They're gonna be trying holding on to this. Yoshi is surprisingly heavy. Like, you wouldn't think Yoshi is near a heavyweight, but they're pretty much there. And also, Yoshi with some amazing low percent combo starters like that down air. Not quite true, though. This down throw, maybe? Oh, they're not able to get that either. But as I was saying, Yoshi, so many low percent combo starters that even when you're one hit away from death, you can still get so much mileage off of one stray hit, as they're already proving themselves to get a lot more than that. Their neutral is really on point tonight, Soy.
Absolutely. I mean, at 133, especially against a character like Wolf, you feel like you might be working with, borrowed time, but at 50%, they've gotten extra credit on the board, but they do lose that stock to the down smash, so that one off the board and things back to relatively even here. We'll have to see if GCAB can respond here. He's got a decent combo, but he can't get the follow-up off the dash attack.
And now that you missed that, you could be in a world of hurt if Wolf manages to get you in ledge trapping position, but, ooh, nice grab. They're just keeping them in the corner right now. GCAB cannot escape, and D-Danger, even though they are the one with the smaller range of poke, like they can't poke with laser like Wolf can, they're still managing to use their sheer presence to intimidate GCAB into this corner.
Ooh, but this is a turnaround that he's looking for here. Found a couple forward airs, but that Nair doing a lot of work as well. That up B will be able to snap back to the ledge. Wanted to read another roll, but he could not find it. Up B got reversed on him, but he'll still be able to make it back. But the catch on the up smash, nearly taking that stock. Good down air reversal. Also sending Wolf very high at this percentage. Gets him off stage. That's just going to do it. That was so clean. What a mix-up from D-Danger.
And you could see the mash, but at 160, they were not able to get out on time, and you probably weren't ready for that. The B reverse neutral B, you gotta be ready for that, as now you're looking for another one of those early percent starters. Weak hit Nair, back air, up tilt, forward tilt. Literally anything could lead to a minimum 40% right here, but instead just getting that one string, and the up smash will catch you. It's gonna be a dead even game on this last stock.
What a clean catch there. That spot dodge meant everything for Cab, and now things, like you said, even on this last stock, but working around these low percents. Good job of playing around the platforms, but a couple of forward airs. I like the idea to throw in that up tilt, but the air dodge got him around it, and now D-Danger on the hunt.
Barely avoiding that weak hit in air, and that forward smash going to be punished. At the moment, you're looking for anything that can get Wolf off stage, because you can get this ledge trapping going. Wolf, I don't want to say unpredictable recovery, but it's so hard to challenge, especially online, when you can't react to the exact timing. And you can see D-Danger did just let them off the ledge there, but they're still, even when they let them off the ledge, it is GCAB who is almost always in the corner.
Danger with stage control for the moment, and trying to make something of it. Gets around the grab, but the dash attack, or sorry, the jabs will not land. Up B, back to ledge. Down B, I like the idea, but it doesn't get the strong hitbox. Early air dodge back to stage. Forward smash almost landing around, and the spike comes through the runoff. It's D-Danger taking the game.
Beautiful stuff right there from D-Danger right at the end, keeping their resolve, keeping their cool as they put Husson down a little bit. Ooh. Yeah, need to double check on that, but yeah, right away, you can see that it just felt like D-Danger was a little bit more bloodthirsty, if that makes sense to you. Like, they knew their characters, I don't want to call them cheese options, but you need to know different ways to mix it up. Because if you're going for the same standard pressure every single time, the forward tilt pressure, the forward air pressure from Wolf, from the lasers, from the forward airs, you get very predictable. And when you're just able to throw a wrench into your game plan every now and then, like we saw D-Danger's Yoshi do, that is when things can get a little more spicy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like this was one of those cases where the game plan for D-Danger was just a little bit more adaptive. They both had a decent idea going into the game, but like you said, those small little mix-ups and the ability to capitalize off the back of each of them really allowed him to hold and sustain a lead for really the entirety of the set. He took every single stock first, and again, it's the ability to of not only making those mix-up happen, but also I think every single string was, like you said, another 40-ish%. And when every single stock matters, that's huge.
Yeah, huge indeed. So as now, like you said, every stock matters, but we haven't quite said how this format breaks down. We got right into the game, so let me break it down for you. You know, a crew battle. Each player gets 3 stocks, so 9 stocks total for a team. Once you run out of 9 stocks, you lose the crew battle. However, that's not the end of things, because we're doing best of 3 crew battles, so you need to win 2 crew battles, 18 stocks to win outright. And you got to remember, the stocks are preserved between each match. So D-Danger from University of Albany, is going to be only on 1 stock going into this second game.
And that's what makes crew battles so interesting and critical. A point that I think is of utmost importance in a format like this is survivability. And you saw numerous times both of these players were able to survive to relatively high percents, but D-Danger, his percents were just a little bit higher. Most of the time he was surviving till I think about 150-ish, and even at the end there, he's sitting around 120. And if you can play very well at those high percents, it does wonders for you, because it gives yourself a second chance, on those stocks. If your DI is right, if your defense is good, it allows you to slowly work away at your opponent. And D-Danger did a very good job of that in this first game.
Yep. And now, going into the second one, like I said, Yoshi, a lot of really good options. Anytime we saw Yoshi a stock up, like we're going to be seeing here, it was always when they were 1 hit away from death. GCAB kept it very close, and in general, it didn't look like D-Danger was running away with it too much. So now we're going to be seeing D-Danger going up against the hero. Let's see, who is this going to be here? It looks like this is going to be Bounce right here, which very apt name.
It's Bounce, picking the hero. He's played a couple different characters, and hero, this is a different style of matchup. I'm curious to see what type of hero we see from Bounce this time around.
Yeah, as now, immediately goes for the up tilt punish. You know they're going to want to get those anti-airs as much as you can, because that is a meaty blow. Like, that'll break double jump armor pretty early, and even then, it just stacks on percent every time you hit it. As they get that snooze right there, an opportunity, but they charge the forward smash a little bit, not going to connect. Great mash right there from D-Danger, but they're still finding themselves zoned out repeatedly. Yoshi struggling against this sword.
But you can see the damage that he can do once he gets in. And now the challenge here is that Bounce has very little MP to work with. But, starting to get that back. 79 to his name, and D-Danger at 85 right now, trying to find his way back to the stage, and does so. Spacing around those projectiles so well, but like you said, also getting walled out because of it. No easy ways in for this Yoshi. So dangerous on this last stock here for himself. The back air doesn't land. 112. Went for the shield break there. Couldn't find it. And the runaway nair does end up finding its mark. There's the nair to clean up the stock. A clean edge guard from D-Danger.
Yeah, and it's going to be Albany who is going to be in the lead no matter what right here. And I know D-Danger told me themselves, they very much play by feel, and they're going for a lot of these reads. And, reading correctly, not to jump in on them right there. Bounce making it a little bit more difficult because we've seen D-Danger likes to approach with these eggs, but still spacing these forward airs, very well aware of how to play by this matchup.
Very well aware indeed. That down air doing a lot of pressure, but no real clean follow-ups quite yet. 40% to Bounce's name. He'll get accelerate, a side B land, but it won't take the stock quite yet. 138 right now. What can D-Danger do about it? It's grabbed, forward throw, off stage. Could be a forward air. There's the forward air reversal there from D-Danger. Up smash, won't take the stock quite yet. The back air, that is enough, and that's 2 stocks off the board at Bounce.
Oh, I saw that jump be gone, and I saw the menu come out, and I was terrified. Eventually, the down smash will finish them off, but not before D-Danger builds an extensive lead for the University of Albany. Bounce is going to have to do a lot in order to give their final player a fighting chance here. Only 1 stock. 4 stocks for Husson University against University of Albany's 6, I think. Yeah.
And a close one too. What's interesting about that set in particular, or at least what stuck out to me, it was like you said, he got walled out at the very beginning of the game by all of the massive projectiles that hero can throw out. But then he got in once or twice, and he got so much damage on board. And then he was at such a D-Danger was at such a high percent for such a long period of time. I almost feel like he got a little tunnel visioned on, trying to get that stock early. And because of that, D-Danger played a little bit more careful, played to not lose and found his 1 or 2 openings. And he was able to build up this massive lead now for the Great Danes.
And we can see, D-Danger is going for these options that are kind of hard to punish for a slower character like Hero. And then when they get the opportunity to kill, they always go for it. They always play by that feel. And again, like I said, I wanted to call out that down B for an example. It didn't get punished. It got punished by like a weak hit aerial, but going for it, if you got a shield break right there, they would have just been dead. Right that close to the edge, you're gone. Sayonara, goodbye. And so, like, that is why I like options like that against slower characters, because it's conventional wisdom. You don't go for your big heavy option, but sometimes you know that the character straight up cannot punish them without getting a lucky roll in the dice.
And able to take full advantage of it. Curious to see what the counterplay is now from Albany. You have the lead. You know you're going up against this hero for this next game, and there's only 1 stock that you really have to deal with. It was such a clean lead here taken by D-Danger, and these are the types of performances that are really noteworthy down the line. This is something that you're going to have to look for in Albany, in their roster, as this season kind of marches forward. But now you look at the depth of this roster and you think, okay, who is going to be next on this list? Who is going to be sent in? I'm curious to see what they opt for.
Yeah, we're getting into that now. And I mean, Husson, they have a lot of great players. They've got some top tier talent. However, I will say, University of Albany, they came prepared, and they said, we expect to win. We're playing to win. And even though both these teams, they're being very sportsmanlike, very respectful, I'm expecting to see honestly, it could be a disrespectful performance right here from University of Albany. Not in terms of actual, ethics, but in terms of the fact that they could be that far ahead. I mean, they are poised to, I don't talk about confidence that often, but when teams come into my DMs and tell me, we're going to win this, they go out of their way to tell me that is something I've got to factor in when I'm trying to factor how these matches are going to be. So I'm excited to see that going into the latter half if Husson is able to overcome that confidence.
And it's also worth noting, too, I don't think there's a scarier moment than seeing the player across from you, or at least hearing the player across from you, hear that they are confident, hear that they are playing, with a certain fire under them. That is a terrifying prospect to go up against. And if University of Albany is playing with that type of confidence, that's, like I said, it's terrifying. That is a certain level. I mean, because when you are playing confident, when you are in the zone, things just flow like water. It is incredible to watch. And if that is how University of Albany is playing, Husson is going to have to watch out. They're going to have to hit that next gear and change up something. And it starts here with this hero. Now, the hero couldn't get much done against the Yoshi, but you saw how well they pressured on that first stock. They just have to play a little bit more defensive, a little bit more patient. You still have to get work done here on your final stock, but you have to be a little easier on the trigger. You can't be too trigger happy, especially with a lot of those. I mean, think back to the very first stock. They got a snooze and tried to go for a charged up forward smash. Just get a grab or something. Don't go for the greedy option immediately. The forward smash, maybe it crits and gets the kill, but those are the moments that you're going to look back at and say, this is an opportunity where we could have done something a little different.
Yes, we're going to see, you talked about slow and patient. That's exactly what we're going to be seeing here. We've got Pelly coming in, and we know, or Melly rather, Melly coming in, and Melly is one of the top players on University of Albany. They are number 2 PR'd in the city, and beyond just that, they're very proficient in using this cross to mix up their movement. And I know you and I are very familiar with this character. You know just how tough it can be to get in, especially with a deficit.
Absolutely. I mean, the number of projectiles, how threatening they can be, and all of the follow-ups too. I mean, every Belmont just has to know how to follow up off of really any projectile connecting. You can see right now, well, they are at a deficit here early. 65 to their name, and starting to chip away now. This will connect into a combo. Forward air will land, and now it's bounce. Push to the corner once again, and this is where Belmonts love to play aggressive around that corner of the stage.
Yeah, Dark getting a lot of bang for their buck right now, but that air dodge, that's going to be punished pretty hard with the grab. Now the forward air sends them off. Are they going to be able to tether? Oh, just barely. I was scared right there.
Would have been dangerous. Crackle slash won't land. Down B, gonna get forward aired for it. Hocus pocus, and so now bounce invisible. Where is he going? But oh no, gonna get caught out anyway by the back air. Up back to ledge. Still a dangerous spot. He's able to roll around. Cross saved him, but only for a moment. The up B connects, and that stock is off the board.
Yeah, and that, with that clean stock down, even though Bounce was able to keep it even, keep it close, you still weren't able to pull the trigger on that finisher. They were just a little too clean on their confirms. Melly coming in clutch right there to give a 3 stock advantage over to the University of Albany.
A full 3 stock advantage and a whole player advantage at that. A lot of work for this third and final member of Husson to, well, do here in this match. I will say, I mean, we didn't get to see much of Melly in this game, but, you know, taking that first stock is a very good sign. Shows that they are warmed up, and I think there's something also worth noting that the Belmonts control the pace of a game very well. All those projectiles, the side B, down B, neutral B, all of them, you know, you have to worry about every single one because, again, the Belmonts just are so clean at following up on all of those projectiles. And in a matchup like this, Bounce really couldn't get anything going. You saw that, you know, the percents were relatively even towards the end, but like you said, there were no clean openings for him to pull the trigger on something like an up smash, like a down smash, any of the kill moves. There was never an opportunity for him to even have that chance.
Yeah, and even if they got those kill moves, I feel like the main difference is that the Belmonts, because of their nature as trap characters, their kill moves are a lot less committal than you would see from a hero. A hero's got to get either a lucky roll or a hard read or a fairly big charge on one of their neutral B or side B. Meanwhile, as you could see, Melly was waiting for that one good hit of the cross. Just one opportunity, one chance to get them popped up in the air where they could follow up with that up B. And that up B is the finisher. I feel like it is underrated, probably the most crucial move in the Belmont's kit. Because sure, all their projectiles, very important, blah, 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 blah. But then, on top of being an amazing zoner, they have it as a get off me tool and a kill confirm once they pop you up in the air with the cross.
No, I completely agree with you. That move I think is very underrated when you look at the kit. That is how I think a lot of Belmonts just, as you said, it is a get off me tool and it's a kill option in combos. I mean, that's oftentimes what the Belmonts are looking for as their combo finisher. So a very good move and well used too. There's also something to note about the discipline there from Melly, right? We never saw that up B out of shield even when Bounce was in their face, for the few moments that they were trying to pressure. That get off me button was never really used. Melly only really used it as that combo finisher. So good patience and good recognition by Melly in that first game.
As it looks like we might be getting Blighted coming in now for this final champion from Husson. Now, even if you're not able to win it out, which I think of Falco, we've seen Falco's really disrupt the Belmont's game plan at times, but even if you're not able to win it out now, just getting to that final player is so important for scouting out information, knowing what is coming at you.
Absolutely, and the one thing that sticks out in my mind immediately, because the projectiles are so ever-present, that reflector right there that you just saw is going to be in the back of Melly's mind throughout this set. But right now, Melly's doing a good job of getting around it, has the percent lead, and make it 64 right now on Blighted stock. It's still being worked away at the combo setup is just too clean, and that up B takes the stock.
Oh, I thought we were playing Smash, not ping pong. They went back and forth all the way up into the blast zone. I could not believe that. And right now, they're just getting smothered right now. And they're able to use that reflector to get out of disadvantage, but how do you keep yourself from being put back in? That's the question. Able to shield that jab right there, and you can see these little pokes, little prods from Blighted are starting to get a little mileage, but that 0 to death almost right off the bat is such a big tone setter right now as you accidentally put yourself off stage. Able to bait out a big option though from Melly, an overcommitment in order to reflect it and get a punish. And you can't quite get any combo starters, so it's unfortunate. Because of the way Melly is controlling all aspects of positioning in this game, Blighted has not gotten one combo starter.
Axe even lands 2 at 137. Melly continues to chip away at the stock, but there's an opening. Forward tilt into the side beat. Oh, an interesting downer actually connects, and the cross will stuff that recovery, and there's just nowhere for Blighted to go. Melly has put up a wall of projectiles, and Blighted is getting shut down for it time and time again. He's trapped at the ledge once more. He's going to eat a ton of percent for this, but he'll be able to side B back quickly. Got hit up into that down B as well, so the percent continuing to rack up. Oh, but the catch was too clean. That was another combo in the making, but the catch bails him out of it.
Oh, you can see the awareness starting to come out here from Blighted. They know they can get at least a little bit more mileage here. I mean, the fact that they're going for runoff nairs, they're catching the holy waters. These prove to me that Blighted knows what they're doing, but Melly is so experienced. The number 2 PR player in their region. They're not going to drop these. They get one confirm, and they're going to bring it all the way to the blast zone. And that'll be Melly cleaning things up for the University of Albany.
And a solid performance, to say the least. Melly, from start to finish, in control of that one. Really, Blighted could never find their footing, dig their trenches into that matchup because, again, projectile after projectile. And you have that reflector to deal with it. And they did try and use it. But Belmonts are ready for it. They're ready for those reflectors to come out, and they can punish accordingly. And Melly took full advantage every single time.
I like what you call out right there. Aware of the reflector and punishing you for even going for it. That is the thing. When you're playing a character with such obvious weaknesses, and you're a very good representative of that character, you become so good at compensating for the weaknesses that are prevalent. I mean, they know about that frame 1 reflector. They know how one little flash of that from Blighted can interrupt their entire game plan, so they're ready. They wait for the reflector to come out before throwing out any of their options. And again, I want to call out, Blighted did so many things right there. One thing I want to say in particular, those runoff nairs, I loved. How many times have you seen a character like, say, Ivysaur with a long-lasting, lingering nair go off and interrupt a tether recovery? That's exactly what Blighted was trying to do. Unfortunately, though, they couldn't quite land that connection, and because of that, I think it's just an experience difference, to be honest. It's clear Melly has been playing this character for a long time. They know how to keep things safe. They know how to make up for their weaknesses, and that's ultimately what put University of Albany up 1-0.
Yeah, no, I agree here. Melly looked so clean, so practiced, and when you are on a character that, like you said, has those clear and obvious types of counterplay, you are able to compensate for it in different ways. And Melly able to take full advantage of that, taking what 6 stocks in total in this set alone. And I feel like the key here for Blighted, like you said, Blighted did a lot of things right. I actually liked that last sequence there where they dropped from ledge and then came back using the reflector. Seems like a decent idea, except for that Melly was ready for it immediately after. Melly knew, hey, if this reflector comes out and he's trying to use it to recover, I just have to dash in. That hitbox is not going to hit me if I go in after all of those projectiles. And then he continually pushed Blighted to the corner. And there's also something to be noted about the fact that Falco's recovery. I mean, how long did Falco spend along the ledge just trying to get back to stage in this matchup? Melly was all
So
over
long.
the ledge trap game.
Yeah, I have to agree. And one thing I did want to call out that I noticed in the past match, but I didn't get a chance to say, a lot of Belmonts, they have a sort of autopilot ledge trapping. Like it's like going through your rotations in an MMO, for example, or something like that. You know your cooldowns and you're just throwing them out in the rhythm that you need to in order to ledge trap. And obviously there are mix-ups, there are variations on that, but there's always a set pattern that every Belmont does, and most of them do it differently. However, I thought it was hilarious because they put Bounce off stage, and Bounce had used Hocus Pocus so they were invisible, and without even seeing them, they started ledge trapping them. No reactions necessary. No, they just set up their traps just like they would any other day. It's like you're shadowboxing. You're just fighting someone who's not there, quite literally in Bounce's case, but that is what Blighted was exploiting there. They know if they go to ledge, it's an almost guaranteed, I'm going to start pushing many buttons. Many buttons are about to be pushed. And so they were able to bait out all those projectiles, use the reflector to get off the ledge. But the issue is, because of the experience difference, they don't know how to get combos off of reflected Belmont's projectiles. And that's kind of unfortunate.
And it's also a tricky situation too, right? The fact that you have to learn how to get a combo off of a reflector, especially off of a projectile, many the 3 different projectiles that you could reflect to get a combo off of. That's a hard thing to try and learn because they've all got different knockback. The percent matters a lot too, where they are at the stage, but that's what you have to learn. That's the experience that you're talking about kicking in. And that's something you have to look for here if you're Blighted going forward, is that you have a lot of the right ideas. I mean, you could tell when they got in, they could do some damage. You saw the side B combos as well, but you have to generate more chances in that circumstance, in that scenario, and that's a really hard hill to overcome. But that's what it's going to take if you're going to be able to come back in this one.
Yes, now we're starting to run it back. It's going to be GCAB coming out first once again. That Wolf we saw looking very clean against D-Danger right off the bat. And I feel like they're going to be a little bit more confident in this matchup. Like I said, they were playing textbook Wolf, but only textbook Wolf from what I was seeing initially. And D-Danger caught onto that, and that was the edge they exploited, that awareness of how Wolf's standard gameplay flowchart usually goes. So if you're able to take that knowledge, switch it up on them, I feel like GCAB could definitely put a lead on the board for Husson.
No, I absolutely agree. There's the bread and butter, and then there's putting your own signature on the character. And I felt like that was the difference of what we saw in that very first game, is that the bread and butter was there for both players, but D-Danger had his own signature, his own style to that Yoshi that he was able to implement, and the runoff forward air was what ended up taking that game. Now, if that is the run back here, what I'm looking for is, like you said, can he get his own follow-ups a little bit more? Can he get a bit more creative? Because the bread and butter gets read very quickly and very easily. It becomes, like the Belmont, it becomes a pattern, and you see it repeatedly. So we'll have to see here if he can adjust that pattern in game number 2.
Yeah, and I'm not saying one mix-up is going to win this, but showing that you have mix-ups is so important. Go for a reflector every now and then. Throw out the reflector. Show them that that is an option you are willing to use occasionally. Because, I mean, they have definitely shown that they're willing to use those eggs every now and then, the egg lay as well. But now as we're getting into this, that little down tilt interaction trips up. But you can see they're both playing so absurdly safe starting out here on Battlefield.
Yeah, and have to see here, as like you said, off the start, relatively even. Lasers will start to put in some work. Jabs come in as well, but both these players playing very passive. No real combo openers yet. Both are very aware of what the other wants, but now it's going to be D-Danger, who is stuck trying to get down, and these triplats, I feel like, are messing with the way Cab wants to, or sorry, the way that Danger wants to approach, as Cab is just punishing the approach option time and time again now.
Whiff punish right now. That is the buzzword that we're going to be using all set, because that is exactly what GCAB is going for every single time. You do something unsafe, up smash. Something I can't up smash? Well, let's try a forward air instead. That has been their name of the game every single time. And you can see it's all because of the shield. The shield is starting to grow a little lower, and if D-Danger is able to find ways to mix up how they pressure that shield, things could be different.
He crouched under the laser and then tried to go for a jab, but he couldn't quite land it. 120 right now on D-Danger. Both of these characters pretty good at killing each other from what we saw at game number 1. 97 right now on Cab. Can he find his way in? He'll get neutral beat instead. And Danger ends up getting the down smash, and he takes the first stock.
And it's the back end of that down smash too. They knew from the mash they were going to go one way or the other. So no matter what happened, they were going to hit both sides with that down smash. As now you can see, even though it was GCAB who was playing it so safe, they're the one who has to approach now at such a deficit.
Up B to get back to the ledge. They'll have to... Oh no, that's a misplay. Yep, burned his jump and ate the momentum with the up B, so he couldn't get back to stage. The air dodge would not have gotten him there, and just like that, it's back to even.
You can see D-Danger is a little bit flustered by this change in playstyle, but it still doesn't matter because their punish game is on point. When they get a hit, it doesn't matter who you're playing against, it's the character you're comboing, not the player. And they are going to be getting a lot of damage every single time they connect. But a good bread and butter right there for 39. You need more than that, though. You got to get them to kill percent. But how are you going to do that when you need to get off ledge first?
Danger a couple times now has really wanted that forward air off stage, and I feel like he's starting to really get a good feel for the way Cab's movement is. That down throw, can't get too much off of it. Percent's relatively even. That's a good back air there from Cab, but he can't get the follow-up. The up B, stuffing out that attempt at an edge guard, and the stage control ever important. The parry, it won't matter. The up B connects either way. Drag down on the back air won't land, and back to this dangerous footsie game here in neutral. The reversal on that neutral B doesn't land either. Nair won't connect. Dash back forward smash won't land either. No strong hits until that dash attack to get him off stage, but he'll just fade quickly back to the ledge. 146 gonna get grabbed here. Back throw's not gonna do it quite yet. 166 and Danger surviving until that dash attack, and now it's Cab in the lead.
For the first time, too. GCAB, their new game plan, playing around these platforms where you know Yoshi's burst options don't cover it quite as well, is working wonders. And this up smash, I feel like, has been the name of the game. The scoop hitbox catches you no matter how you're mixing up your cross-ups. But still, now you're on last stock, and even with a slight lead, this could get deadly.
Have to play very carefully here. Remember what happened in game number 1, and Cab is trying to avoid that scenario here in round number 2 between them, as neutral B starting to chip away at this stock. 56 to Danger's name, but Cab, he's going to get up tilted. No follow-up on the combo. And it almost feels like whoever has stage control just has so much agency in this matchup. As 79 right now. Oh, the forward smash gets spot dodge. That's a huge chance there that Danger gets out of.
And all these whiff punishes, it's not that D-Danger isn't committing, they're punishing the option that GCAB is trying to use to punish them. It's a really good game of mix-ups right here being played. High levels of mind games, as they would have said back in 2012. But Mad Miss Tech, that's no mind game. That's just a bit of an error that could cost you right here. Getting down to kill percent for both players. D-Danger, GCAB, who's going to pull the trigger. That up smash. Oh, you can tell what they want to do.
So close, so dangerous around these shields. Forward air won't land, but right now it's Cab with stage control. Laser to get more damage on, doesn't find the roll behind. Run off forward air won't land. Cab made it back, but he gets grabbed. This should be a forward throw, and it's not going to do it quite yet. Has to avoid the egg, the edge guard, not going to land quite yet. Gets another one. This one's going to be close, but still, he'll be able to survive. Another up B, he'll be able to make it back to the ledge. The roll behind, and he gets the up smash, and he takes the game.
Husson up a stock in this crew battle for the first time. University of Albany gonna be scratching their heads a little bit right there, but that change of game plan was beautiful right there, if I do say so myself. We have not often seen a complete 180 in terms of, wait, I just need to camp. And camping has such a negative connotation. So I want to be clear, that camping was the right thing to do. Wolf's a good boxer, but Yoshi's better. In close quarters, Yoshi will win, as we saw in that first game. So what do you got to do? You got to slow it down. You got to make sure they don't know when you're going to approach. And D-Danger, they did get a lot of punishes, because you saw they went for a safe option, spot dodge, whatever committal option GCAB was using to punish them, and then got a huge opening on GCAB through their defenses. However, in the end, being the initiator, or not being the initiator, and instead getting mostly with punishes worked wonders for GCAB's gameplay.
And because of that, they were able to take that game, and now they have that extra stock headed into our next set. But also what's worth noting too, I think the stage played a huge factor. Like you said, in game number 1 between these two, how many times did we see Danger throw an egg to try and, get that combo started, or at least pressure from off stage? Battlefield being so much smaller with those platforms to play around, Danger, we almost never saw the up B around the ledge or to get back to stage. It was almost exclusively used to recover back to that ledge. And because of that, stage control became ever more important. And time again, it was the Wolf at center stage and the Yoshi hopping between platforms, trying to find a way back down. You even saw early on, they used the down B to try and get through the platform just as a mix-up. And still, the punish game, like you said, on point right there from GCAB, and it helped them take that very first game.
Yeah, honestly, that was one of the best adjustments I think I've ever seen between crew battles. Like, I'll be real, Soy. I talk a lot about, well, in the next crew battle, they're gonna have so much more information, so much more experience, they're gonna do wonderful. And then they play their same gameplay. It's a lot of autopilot, and things go the same way. This is looking actually different. A lot of faith has been restored for me in Husson, because if they're able to make that much of a 180 with their first player, I can't wait to see what else they have up their sleeves. But you got to remember, there were still 6 stocks on the board when University of Albany was last seen. I mean, they are now at their 6th stock, so they are going to be at the same place they were when they won that last game.
Yeah, still a lot of work to be done for the side of Husson, but to your point of that adjustment time, that's something that I think is a key factor for what separates the good from the great, because there's only so much gameplay in these games, right? An average match time is somewhere between 2 and 5 minutes, I want to say, depending on characters and whatnot. So you have that much time to make your adjustments in game. And the out of game time period, like we saw between the first crew battle and this crew battle, was only a couple of minutes. So GCAB only had, say 10-ish minutes to figure out what he wanted to do differently, knowing he was probably going up against the same player from that very first set. That's a massive sign of improvement, like you said, and I'm excited to see what he can do going forward. But he does only have 1 stock headed into this second set.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Smash, it's not a game played in minutes, it's not played in seconds, it's a game played in frames. So, as much time as you have out of the match to adjust, once you're in there, it's all about your execution of those thoughts you had, and they got that execution through that sort of circle style that they employed. Now, though, they're gonna need a whole lot more than that. They're up against the wall that was Melee last time. Though, honestly, I feel like their playstyle qualifies as less of a wall and more of a spring-loaded bear trap laying on the ground. They're like, come on, get up into my cross. I dare you. Double dare you. Triple dog dare you. Like, anytime you mess up and fall into one of those traps, you're almost guaranteed death. And on a fast faller, I think it's going to be even worse.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think GCAB right now, I mean, this is going to be the true test. If they can take a stock off here, that would do wonders for them, but they have to get to that point. And again, you have that reflector that you can play around, but like we saw in that previous set, Melly is aware of all of those defensive options that their opponent can pull out to try and counter that game plan. It's a very kind of double-edged sword almost type of gameplay when you're playing a fast faller into a type of, trap style character like a Belmont.
Yeah, they are. So I'm curious to see how slowing the pace of the game down is going to work for them, as it looks like we're getting right into the match now. Fingers crossed. Yep, it is going to be GCAB against University of Albany's Melly.
Melly's
PS2 here.
Yeah, Melly's Belmont was on point, and PS2, like you said, the site of this game, so we'll have to see. I think one of the big things, too, is, like you said, or like you saw in game number 1 between, I believe it was Blighted, you have to find a way in on this character first before you can really, wonder about taking a stock. And right here, early on, you're seeing some combos here from GCAB.
Yeah, this is looking really good. They're playing that same whiff punish style they had before. And the key thing is, Wolf does amazing against zoners because of that transcendent projectile. It goes straight through all of the crosses. But it doesn't matter if you can't get the distance to use that. I've never seen a Belmont so eager to close the distance with someone. But right now, Melly is looking to scrap with GCAB, and it's working.
No fear on Melly right now, despite being an early deficit. They've evened it back up and are in the percent lead on this stock. 89 right now on Melly, trying to close the distance, like you said, with that forward air, doing a lot of work. And how does he make it back to stage now? Cab, Shine, won't be able to get much off of it. The forward smash won't land either. The follow-up, can't find the down smash. He knows that this character's got a lot of kill power, but he's got to find a way back in. Late upbeat back to the ledge, gets it back safely, but only for a moment, and he jumps into the axe, and that's his stock off the board. It's back to a tie game.
Oh, that right there was adaptation and counter. Because we saw the reactive playstyle that I called out in the previous match almost immediately coming out. And they got 40% off of it. They get a grab into a bread and butter, and then they were getting some reflex. It was looking very good for GCAB. And then Melly said, oh, you don't want to play? You don't want to play my game? Fine, I'll come to you. And they just rushed them down. And it wasn't that they weren't using projectiles, but they were using the projectiles as sort of like assists, akin to Sephiroth's Shadow Flare. Like, you throw out the cross, and then you box with them a little bit, and then after the cross comes back and you're still comboing them, the cross just assists in adding on more damage. And then obviously, this time, it was the superior ledge trapping that called them out. Even with a full jump and then a double jump, all the way up to the top, Melly still had that covered with the axe.
So many options and so little time, and those are the quick adjustments that we were talking about at the end of that last series. Like you said, CCAB did a great job of adjusting over a long period of time, but when you're in game, that adjustment has to be even faster. So now we'll have to see. Bounce has been locked in as the next player there for Husson. We'll have to see if they can get something done here against Melly. Again, Melly on a tear right now against Husson. I mean, that's really all that can be said. Melly's playing on point as usual.
Yeah, literally has not dropped a stock yet, Soy. Not one! In every single stock they've taken, and at that point, I think we're up to 5 stocks being taken by them. Bounce, however, was able to keep it close, very close. You remember that? They were both at like 120%. One read would have taken the stock away. So if Bounce is able to use that same playstyle we saw in the first crew battle, I have high hopes for what Bounce can get here. And it's in the name. The Bounce hero has one of the best reflectors in the game. People are always like, oh, Falco, blah, 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 frame 1 reflector that's disjointed. You know what's even better? Having a reflector you don't even have to activate. It might not be frame 1 because its entire duration is the frame 1. Like, It's everything you could ask for.
It is, but the only trick to it is that you have to get it through that menu. So that's what I'm looking for here as we get ready. And this is, I think, it's pertinent in every hero matchup. That meter is always on everyone's mind every time that spell book comes up. You have to read that menu and see what your options are. And we saw in that last, series or two for Bounce that he wasn't afraid to just kind of burn through those spells fairly quickly. He had a lot of confidence that he could get the MP back on track, later on in those stocks. The question is, how does he play defensively? Because Melly is doing a great job of controlling the pace with those projectiles and mixing up his pace depending on the play styles that he's coming up against. So if he, decides to continue like he did against that Wolf, play that sort of, bait with the projectile and follow through with the boxer type combo play, it could mean that, Bounce doesn't have the time. Or do they opt to play a bit more passive and play that ranged projectile game?
Yeah, we'll have to see going into this. I feel like Town and City, great choice. Because Belmont, surprisingly, does not have, like, the range a zoner like Rob does, for example. Like, a lot of their stuff, it controls, like, a semicircle in front of them. So they're able to get a lot of stuff right here at the ledge, at ledge trap distance. Oh, no. Tried to go for a tech, I believe. They expected they'd get hit by that axe, and then they air dodge directionally. Right now, Melly is going to play this lead for everything it's worth, Soy.
And the combo's continuing to rack up here. Already 84, and no zoom online. He won't be able to recover 2 stocks off the board, and only 15% to Melly's name right now. And now bounces off stage once again. The ledge trapping so clean. 38, continuing to work away. Look at the pressure that Melly's applying on this stock.
It hasn't even been a minute, Soy! This is cutthroat right now. Going for the zoom right now. Oh, they try and cover everything with that, but the kaboom does get you at a disadvantage. You're able to get one chance. You went for a forward smash, doesn't connect. Now it's Melly's turn to play again. They're interrupting this recovery every single time. Try to cover a roll or a neutral get up. It's not going to happen either. Instead, you get caught by the forward air. The back air going to call out that down tilt off the platform. Can you get any more than that? Get off the ledge against this oomph. Oh, one stock, one touch could be your death, but they don't get zoom, and they're not able to get back to the stage. A 3 stock, once again, from Melly.
A 3 stock and a massive one at that, and Melly still has not been scratched, really, in this set. Has not dropped a stock, and it almost felt like the minute that you saw Bounce fall off stage because of that SD, it's almost like a sucker punch, where just Melly realized, I can do something with this. I can work with a lead, and just continually press time and time again. And Bounce just ran out of time so quickly.
Yeah. I would need to go through that on like 0.5 speed once again to try and get an idea of how the jumps were being stolen, because I didn't quite see it. It had to be somewhere in the ledge trapping, somewhere where Bounce was jumping when they shouldn't have been. Because the fact that they kept ending up in the blast zone fishing for zoom as their only way to get back to stage, that says to me that they're not getting through this ledge trapping as optimally as they could.
No, I agree. I mean, that's one of the things about Hero is that his recovery is really, really good, but it's also very linear unless you get that zoom that puts you back on stage. It's fairly readable, and I think Melly knew that, and every time, like you said, he was able to catch those jumps, and the fact that the down B can clip Hero before he can grab the ledge is just another factor that Bounce had to worry about, and it ended up being, his demise, I believe, on that first stock, like you said, expecting to have to tech or have to do something in that scenario, and ended up just air dodging and falling prey to it. So Melly, great recognition once again, taking advantage of the little things in each of these intricate matchups and exploiting them time and time again, has given him another 3 stock here against Husson.
And now, your lead evaporated like you said. 3 stocks remaining, and they're gonna go to Blighted, the anchor. But after you just watch your brother get massacred like that, trying to come back is going to be difficult. Now you have the experience. You've played against Melly before, but Melly has also played against you before. Melly has caught on to how you like to get off the ledge. Caught on to little tricks like dropping down to the ledge to bait out options and then going for the reflect. Melly knows, and you've got to be aware of that. You can't be going for these same tricks once again, because a good player like Melly is never going to let you get away with that.
So that's the question here headed into this next set is, what do you do differently here if you are Blighted? Like you said, those tricks, they are aware of them from that first set. I think the big thing here, and it's easier said than done, but you have to somehow get into the face of this Belmont, because that's where Falco thrives, right? All of the combo game can be done here, as you're seeing a little bit different of a character. Instead of the Falco, it's the Falcon, Captain Falcon, that is coming out here. This one I'm curious about. Can't exactly deal with those projectiles as easily, but the combo game I feel like is a lot smoother.
Oh yeah. If you get one opening, it could just lead to death, and that's what you're counting on. You're counting on the fact that you can get around that. The one issue is so few mix-ups off the ledge for Captain Falcon. With Falco, at least you had drop down and reflector. What else do you have as the captain? That's the thing you've got to be aware of, as now you get one forward tilt, a tech chase, but you misread it, going in the wrong direction. You need more than that, because a fast follower like this, you're going to get punished hard for every mistake you make.
Loved that last little sequence there from Melly, but here's a good combo from Blighted. Down air won't connect. He'll be able to roll out of that, but now along the ledge, how do you get back? So much option coverage, and the forward smash takes the stock.
Beautiful stuff right there from Melly, as now they're looking to keep the pressure up. Forward tilt sets up the tech chase. That, I think, is right there the Blighted bread and butter. Forward tilt tech chase into a massive follow-up. But they need more than that. They need a kill setup right now. Stomp knee, back air, edge guard, whatever you can. You need to find the way in on Melly if you want to get any chance at all. Here's your opportunity. The up smash, yeah. Go for your bread and butter right there. That up smash, that'll scoop from anywhere and kill from anywhere.
That up smash so strong, and Melly bleeds, loses a stock here, but still in firm control here. 97 right now, nearly finding the combo along that platform, and 114 now to Blighted's name. But Blighted, I like the idea here. We were talking about how Blighted couldn't really find a way in, but they are banking everything on this on-stage gameplay. The ledge, not their friend, but if they can control center stage and get in, they can do a lot of damage. 72 to their name, and the air dodge, not gonna get them back to the ledge, too far to the side, and they're on their last stock.
Now they do have Melly and kill percent right now, though. This could be Blighted on a major comeback. You already got one read. Can you get another one? You force them towards the ledge, but they still have the jump. That overcommitting right there means you have to get off the ledge now. No jump right now. They're being knocked around. They get a tech animation, though, so they're able to get a jump out, but you're still way too high. But I like that lack of overcommitment from Melly.
113 here on Melly, trying to play carefully here, trying to find a way to ice this set here. Trying to get back now is Blighted. Early up B. We didn't see that a lot in the last time that Melly was on stage, but now these back airs doing so much work. But the early air dodge, again, not enough. And that is going to be it. Husson will fall here. University of Albany 2-0 in that set.
And a clean 2-0-2, and you can see Richter holding up the 3, but it was not a 3 stock this time. Put those fingers down. It was a 2 stock, because that was a bit of adaptation from Blighted. I love the character switch, and I admit I was nervous too about the lack of reflector, the lack of approach option. However, they managed to make it work fantastically by making the most out of every single tech chase, every single opening they got.
I really believe that that was the difference maker. Like you said, the fact that they were saying, okay, I lose this game on the edges of the stage. The edge guard game, it's just in Melly's favor. So I have to win on stage. And Captain Falcon with stage control is terrifying. If he's in your face pressuring all the time, like you saw, he can do a lot of damage. And the fact that Blighted time and time again too was not afraid to pull the trigger on those knees, especially after the up air combos. Not all of them landed, but they were so threatening, and it was another wrinkle to the game that Melly had to worry about. But at the end of the day, Melly was in control. The ledge game too strong, too many options to worry about, and you're just going to get your stock chipped away at time and time again. It was death by 1,000 cuts in that last set.
And we can ask them how they executed those 1,000 cuts and more about how they feel about the rest of their ECAC run, because we're going to get an interview with the University of Albany soon enough. So don't go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. Esports U broadcasting ECAC will be right back.
Seemingly in the lead for the moment, trying to press his advantage, but he can't find those up tilts. The jabs connect. Won't be able to find the stock here, but there's the read on the. I mean, 133, especially against a character like Wolf, you feel like you might be working with borrowed time, but at 50%, they've got an extra card. The catch on the up smash, nearly taking that stock. Good down air reversal, also sending Wolf very high at this percentage. Gets him off stage. That's just gonna do it.
Anything could be to a minimum 40% right here, but instead you're getting that one string, and the up smash will catch you. It's going to be a dead even game on this last hit.
Back to ledge, down B. I like the idea, but once you get the strong hitbox, early air dodge back to the stage, forward smash almost landing around, and the spike comes through. Goes into this Yoshi, so dangerous on this last stock here for himself. The back air doesn't land. 112. Look for the shield break there. Couldn't find it. The runaway nair. Isn't it finding its mark? There's the nair to clean up the stock. Grab, forward throw, off stage to the forward air. There's the forward air reversal there from D-Danger. Up smash. Don't get the stock quite yet. The back air. That is enough. And that's
Oh, I saw that jump be gone, and I saw the menu come out, and I was terrified of it.
invisible. Where is he going? But oh no, gonna get caught out anyway by the back air. Like, dangerous spot. He's able to roll around. Cross saved him, but only for a moment. The up he connects, and that stock is off the board. Reflector right there that you just saw is going to be in the back of Melly's mind throughout this set. Right now, Melly's doing a good job of getting around it. Has the percent lead. I think it's 64 right now on Blighted stock. It's still being worked away at the combo set. Even lands 2 at 137. Melly continues to chip away at the stock, but there's an opening. We're talking with a side beat. Oh, an interesting downer actually connects across. Well, stuff that recovery. There's just no
At least a little bit more mileage here. The fact that they're going for run-off nails, they're catching the holy water. These prove to me that Blighted knows what they're doing, but Melly is so experienced. The number 2 PR player in their region.
danger. These characters pretty good at killing each other from what we saw at game number 1. 9-7 right now on Cavs. Find his way in. He'll get neutral beat instead. And danger ends up getting the down.
They're the one who has to approach now. It's definitely.
Oh no, that's a misplay. Yep, burned it quickly back to the ledge. 146, gonna get grabbed here. Back throw's not gonna do it quite yet. 166, and danger surviving until that dash.
Their new game plan, playing around these platforms where you know Yoshi's burst options don't cover it quite as well, is working wonders. And this up smash, I feel like, has been the name of the game. The scoop hitbox catches you no matter how you're mixing up your cross-ups.
He gets grabbed. This should be a forward throw, and it's not gonna do it quite yet. Has to avoid the edge guard. Not gonna land quite yet. Gets another one. This one's gonna be close, but still will be able to survive. Another up B. He'll be able to make it back to the ledge. The roll behind, and he gets the up. Doesn't get much off of this. The forward smash won't land either. The follow up can't find the down smash. He knows that this character's got a lot of kill power. He's gotta find a way back in. He's back to the ledge, gets it back safely, but only for a moment, and he jumps into the axis.
A lot of their stuff, it controls like a semicircle in front of them. So they're able to get a lot of stuff right here at the ledge, at ledge trap distance. Oh no! Tried to go for a tech, I believe. They expected they'd get hit by that axe, and then they air dodge directionally. Right now, Melly's gonna play this lead for everything it's worth, Soy.
And the combo's continuing to rack up here. Already 84, and no zoom online. He won't be able to recover 2 stocks off the board, and only 15.
That down tilt off the platform. Can get any more than that. Get off the ledge against this oomph. Oh, one stock, one touch could be your death, but they don't get zoom, and they're not.
Love that last little sequence there from Melly, but it's a good combo from Blighted. Down air won't connect to be able to roll out of that. But now, the on the ledge. How do you get back? So much option coverage in the forward stage gameplay. The ledge, not their friend, but if they can control center stage and get in, they can do a lot of damage. 72 their name, and the air dodge not gonna get them back to the ledge, too far to the side, and they're on their last stop here. Trying to get back now is Blighted. Really up E. We didn't see that a lot in the last time that Melly was on stage, but now these back airs doing so much work. And the early air dodge again, not enough. And that is
Welcome back, everybody, to Esports U Broadcasting ECAC. We are here with Melly. The Belmont you just saw put on a show against Husson. How you doing, Melly?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing pretty
pretty
good,
especially after that showing. And you've got
some
incredible
execution on that. So I gotta ask, can you sort of illustrate what your thought process is? What alarm bells go off in your head whenever you hit one of those crosses? Because your crossplay got pretty hyped up to us.
Whenever my thought process is like, okay, so I have like specific like setups I go for like at any situation. So like probably at low percents, I would go for like a slow cross. Like if I'm approaching an opponent, I'll do like a slow cross. If they're far away, I'd probably do like a far cross or like a retreating cross. Like then I will like think from there since I've been in these situations a lot before.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to note. I mean, you played fantastic today. What was the preparation for this like? Did you know what characters roughly you'd be going up against, or was there a lot of VOD review involved, or did you just say I'm gonna do my thing?
I just said I was gonna do my thing. I wasn't really ready like what characters they had. I was like, okay, I think I'll be fine. Um I know like what I can do to the best of my ability, so I was just ready.
Yeah. What I do want to check in on is I was told by it was D Danger right off the bat that you all were planning on winning this, and you did. So I do want to ask, for the rest of ECAC, how is your team feeling in terms of playoff chances, placings? Like, how's your confidence level so far?
I feel like we're pretty good right now. Like our team is we're pretty strong right now. Like we only lost twice, I think, in the ECAC, but we're pretty good. I feel like we have a good chance of winning. Cause I believe we beat the team who won last season during our exhibition matches. So
Very
very impressive.
Impressive indeed. You guys are now 5-2 on the regular season, and I guess my next question is, you got, I believe, one game left of that kind of Swiss pool play. How do you prepare weekly for these matchups?
I guess D Danger, he would do like research on like the characters the team plays, and then he would tell me them, and then I would be like prepared to like, cause I'll be prepared to ban stages versus those characters, or like we would like know who should go in on this character, or like what stage should we ban for this specific character. For example, like if there's like a Joker, I obviously wouldn't go in. The Danger would go in instead of me. Or like there's a Wolf, he would go in.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a nice level of preparedness to have, and I'm sure it's going to take you far in this playoff bracket. But for now, Melly, congrats again on the win, and thank you so much for joining us for this interview.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for having me here.
Of course. With that, we are going to be wrapping up for the night. Thank you all for watching, but Esports U is not done yet. There's still a couple more things, to the best of my knowledge, still going on, so Yeah, we have a Valorant cast coming up after that. It's going to be a good one. You know, Esports U is always a good time, but for now, that's all from me and Soy. If you want to follow us, I'm at Keelmiles IRL. And you can check out Soy at SoySunJSport. We'd appreciate it, and we'd appreciate you sticking around because Esports U Valorant will be coming up soon enough.
managed to get Dadvon out of here, out of the stock just yet.
Not at all. And you know what? In fact, I do want to point something out because I come from the Wii version of Smash. Fire's range of his fire is just so long now.
Yeah, Bowser's has some significant buffs throughout the series because I think, in Melee he sucked and Brawl even still, but they just kept adding more.
Can you dig it?
Bowser's has some significant buffs throughout the series, because I think, in Melee he sucked, and Brawl even still, but they just kept adding more and more versatility to his kit, and now he can even stand with some of he's like high mid-tier now, in my opinion.
Wow, that's actually great to hear. Looking for the belly flop. Oh, gets extra percentage. They're quite equal right now, and the limit is full. He has to watch out for that, but it seems it was a miss. Bowser running in with some more flames, trying to be the good edge guard warrior he is, but isn't able to hold it right now.
Yeah, Sausage unfortunately couldn't make the most use of his limited meter. Unfortunately, had to waste it on sort of a wasted conversion there. 121% now. It's really going to be vital for Sausage to get this stock at least taken care of, especially in this crew battle format, where even if you lose this game, you want to make it as close as possible. At least take most of your opponent's stocks with you. But Bowser showing how heavy they are, refusing to die off the side here. Finally gets caught out with the forward tilt, I think.
Yeah, well, it was just a matter of time. Limit gets blocked once again. I don't think
a little too far away from it.
Yeah, I don't think Sausage is going to be lasting here long, but they're getting a great percentage to start up again against Bowser.
They need to, for sure. Oh, look at this grab off on the top platform too. That might not have killed if it was on the ground, but since it was on the top platform, that was a guaranteed kill off the top. Very nice play from Dadvon. And now, last stock for Sausage here. Ooh, nice. Forward air.
Yeah,
Dadvon's searching for a grab here.
I'm not sure the grab's going to be the right way to go. Right now, you want to just try to work that percentage up and get a little hit in. That's all you need from them screaming into this.
Well, doing a great job of it so far, only taking 46%. Fire just to keep him away as he gets back to center stage, but now that limit is up. Can Sausage finally manage to convert? Not nearly high enough percentage, but that up B with the full limit charge is going to do a decent amount of damage, but it's going to be Dadvon that takes it with 2 stocks remaining. Sausage put up a valiant effort, but Dadvon, showing the power of the Bowser. I know you're a big fan of it.
Definitely. I've been playing it since Smash Ultimate.
You've been playing it since Smash Ultimate?
No. I don't even have that game. Wait a minute. I'm getting so confused. There's so many Smashes.
There's a lot of Smashes. You got the first one. You got the Melee. Nobody talks about that one.
No. You're forgetting N64.
Oh, that's the first one.
Oh, is that what you consider the first?
What?
I thought
Which
there was
one?
another one.
Oh no,
Before
64
Melee.
is the first one. Yeah, 64 is the first one, and then it's Melee, and then it's Brawl, and then I assume you were playing.
Brawl.
You said Wii U version. Is that the one you came from?
No, Brawl.
You came from Brawl. You played Bowser in Brawl?
Yeah, I had tons of fun.
Wow, you're a braver man than me. That's he was tragic in that game. Not gonna lie.
Apparently he was. I just was able to close the distance and be a melee fighter quite well.
I guess so. Yeah. Maybe you were just like playing against actual babies. Is that what happened?
Nah, I actually kind of abused the grab mechanic of grab and jump off the cliff.
I mean, that's just like the classic Bowser move, right? That grab that everybody loves to rage at. I know for sure. If I had played you in Brawl, I would have hated your guts. Or even in Wii U, honestly. That was still their major thing in Wii U. It actually sucked in Wii U because he died last whenever you grabbed with him off the side. So you could just like, if you both had like a stock, I'm pretty sure I'm remembering this right. If you both had a stock, you could literally just grab them, suicide off the down the bottom with them, and you would win the match.
That's actually pretty hilarious. I did not know that. Now I have something to try and to make my brothers rage some more.
Well, you definitely can for sure here. So, obviously it was Bowser that takes the map. Still has 2 stocks, so now it's going to be the opposing team that has to decide which character they want to put in to try to deal with Bowser. And if I was the opposite team, I would probably go with a more combo-oriented character. Like, Cloud's great, and they have a lot of kill power, but they're not exactly the best at like putting on stock, like percentage. They mainly just
Yeah.
rely on like the single hit, so you could definitely put in like a character like, I don't know, like a wolf or a fox or one of those characters that can get up to you real quick and just jab you a bunch, or even like a Pikachu or something, you know, just
Yeah, or
go
Pichu.
or a Pichu and just go and like just rack up a bunch of percentage by getting a bunch of tiny hits on you. It would go ahead.
Go ahead.
Ah,
okay.
no, it's you.
We're getting each other. Oh no. Anyway, what I was thinking of, although it's probably not the most popular thought to do, is DDD, because you could use a lot of spam ability from him. Even a young Link, I feel, would have a great value against a Bowser.
Yeah, you could definitely go for a zoner too. If you're bringing up like young Link, you could go for like a Samus or one of those, I don't know, those villager characters as well. But it looks like Swift Baby is entering the fray here. Definitely deciding whether or not they want to go. I had noticed the Yoshi icon. I'm wondering if that's a hint towards the character we might see come up here. But obviously we don't know.
Another person I would abuse with.
Really? Oh, it is the Yoshi.
Yep, it is Yoshi. So what I would do if I'm Yoshi and I have to go against someone who tries to brawl me, just sit near the edge, just sit right there, real nice birdie, and turn him into an egg.
Turn him into an egg. Oh, that's definitely something for sure. But surprisingly, Yoshi has a lot of really cool tricks in this sort of game. Obviously, Dadbon's just going to take the stock right there just to set the bracket up. And they're going to start on the neutral backgrounds. But like I was saying, Yoshi is actually a really interesting character. They have a lot of really cool things going for them. They're a character that doesn't really have any big weaknesses whatsoever. And obviously, like you said, you can sort of cheese them out with the egg, with turning him into the egg with the grab as well. But it looks like Swift Baby's probably going to be abusing his down air right here, those little mini kicks that Yoshi gets where you can just rack up a whole lot of percentage on, and especially with a big character like Bowser, you can definitely get a lot of value out of that.
Oh yeah, definitely. No, it does make me ask, because in a lot of more pub-like scenes, you'll see a lot more like Meta Knight and Kirby players. But why not here? Not in the competitive scene?
I don't know. Actually, I feel like those are the two of the more underpowered characters in this game, at least. Ultimate's crazy because like there's so many characters that are viable here that if you're unviable, you're kind of unique in that sense. And you can see already Swift Baby's doing a number of great work, just getting the lead, honestly, very early on this Yoshi character would be fantastic if they managed to take this last Bowser stock without losing themselves. But obviously 113%, so it's going to be tough. Yoshi has a lot of options in order to stay away from Bowser, but not the up tilt. Going to be taking them off the side. Definitely going to hurt in the long run.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, I always did love that about the screen. You either get them right off to your face or they go off like Team Rocket again.
Yeah, that was one of the Team Rocket variants, and you even got the cute little Yoshi voice line. I always love that about the character. The Swift Baby showing that Yoshi is not cute enough to be trifled with. I mean, already getting 102% on this Bowser. Gotta be really careful, however. Bowser's really not gonna be super strong in the off stage. Yoshi's much more powerful in that regard, is able to get onto stage a lot more easier. And now with 125%, Bowser's going to have a really tough time, especially since Yoshi has so many options to edge guard him with the eggs and the downs and the spikes as well. One of Yoshi's greatest weapons is that spiking ability that they have. Only one loss on the side of Greensboro here, so they'll have plenty of stocks to work with, but they are down just the one.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a player in each hand right now that's gone 1-1. So, and this is only the first series. This is a best of 3 series. So,
yeah,
if this is gonna be the pattern, we're gonna be here for a long night.
Strap yourselves in, folks. You got a lot of ultimate to work with here tonight. But I mean, come on, less ultimate is obviously worse. More ultimate is always better. That's in my opinion, especially if these guys feel comfortable enough to counterpick and not just stick with the same characters for each of the series we have right now. It's going to be really interesting to see what they do here. But now it's going to be Pace University that has to send in their second player. We'll see what they go for here. And I feel like counterpicking Yoshi actually is really difficult because kind of like what I said earlier, like Yoshi's a very do-it-all character. They don't really have any like big weaknesses in terms of stuff that you can exploit them. Like Bowser, obviously you can exploit the fact that they're heavy and they're basically like combo food for most of the cast, right? Yoshi doesn't have that same problem, but they also don't have the problems that lighter characters have where they're really easy to kill. Yoshi's can actually have a pretty decent offstage like presence. They have obviously their big double jump. They have plenty of stuff they can do with like up B to get back onto the stage. It's going to be JJ actually going to be popping in as the Pace's second player here.
Yeah, I'm wondering because I'm wondering if it was Young Link that I remember seeing in a previous cast where he had the ability to freeze people, set fire, shoot arrows, all that stuff. I might be thinking of a different character, but
can't remember who freezes people.
Yeah, but I think it might have been one of his abilities where he gets to do that for free, and having like that disrupting
thinking about
ability,
Sora?
I think would be good. No, it was Sora. It was.
Yeah, Sora has a number of little magic spells that he gets from his series where he can like shoot fireballs and thunderbolts and freeze people. Definitely one of the more interesting characters. That would be pretty cool to see. Actually, if we got like a Yoshi versus Sora matchup right now, I'm not sure if JJ's picking Sora, but this is just conjecture. But if we got that sort of matchup, that's a really funny matchup because both of those characters are so floaty. So they're just like jumping all over the place, trying to just catch each other with like a random neutral air or something along those lines. It's going to be the Greninja, actually, that comes out. How much do you know about this character, Somi?
I know he's a Pokemon. I know he's a water type.
Oh, okay. So you got the basics down.
Yeah, I got the basics. You got anything more for me?
They're basically like a fox. They're really fast and they're like a combo-oriented character. So it's going to be slightly more difficult to play against this Yoshi that's very floaty. But obviously, if you could get the right types of combos down on him, you can rack up percentage really quickly. And Greninja has some really cool moves, such as his neutral air, where he has like the water surround him, and it's really fast, kind of like what he did right there.
Well, see, sometimes what I find an issue is that if you're playing someone that's very fast-paced, we'll say Fox, Wolf, Sonic even, it's hard to control. You gotta really be like well practiced with your, like I mentioned, control and having awareness of your area.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I definitely can't do it. Like, I'm not one of those players at all. That's why Incineroar is my main. It's because he's a slower character that's really powerful. So like once you get a few hits off of him, you can kill pretty early just off of a few strong hits. But Greninja is definitely one of those characters that depends on those combos. And right now, obviously getting a lot of value off of just his neutral air and all this stuff, kind of running circles around Swift Baby. But also, you know, like I said about those lighter characters, they're really easy to kill. So even though he's only at 97%, you know, Swift Baby's already sending him off the edge pretty easily. And Yoshi is not, doesn't pull his punches in this game. Has a few pretty powerful attacks. Oh my God, JJ's trying to get the conversion off of those up airs, but it's gonna be the side, the forward air or the forward tilt that's gonna send Swift Baby off the edge.
Yeah. Well, what I've been seeing that a lot of what both sides have been doing is that they're not trying to go for a down smash, that being an exception. They keep trying to send them off to the side or up into the air. I'm used to seeing so many people guard the edge here and just wait for their opponent to get near so that way they can smack them down every single time.
That might be a thing about the matchup, because like I said, Yoshi's pretty floaty, so able to get on stage pretty easily. Greninja is also not too bad at all. Very mobile character, as you can see, very fast, jumps really high, and so they're able to get back on stage pretty quickly as well. And oh no, JJ's gonna take his second stock as well. So now it's just a 1v1 scenario here.
Gotta be honest, Swift over here, he's really showing his stuff. His combos are all on point.
Yeah, all right. Ooh, nice combo. Taking advantage of that hit stun to be able to get a bunch of those ground moves in. Now JJ's kind of on the back foot here. Has to recover low just to make sure, but Swift's got him with the down tilt. JJ off. And also Swift off the side here. Going to be able to make it back up with the stray egg. And right now, both of these players are just vying for control. Both of them are just kind of slugging back and forth here.
There they are. Oh, JJ, very close. The smash!
Well, that's what they call it. That's why they call it Smash Brothers, right? Gotta love that smash attacks. Yoshi going to take that second spike. That's the second game, by the way, that he's closed off with the spiking maneuver. So I mean, like I said, Yoshi, very powerful character in regards to that, right? Can't easily DI a spike attack down all the way to the bottomless pit that is below each and every single stage in this game. And now Swift Baby and his team are up 4-3 in terms of stocks here. So last chance for the opposing team here.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not feeling it for Swift here. I'm gonna be honest. A 1v3 stock situation, and they already know he's on Yoshi.
Yeah,
he's gonna have a hard time living. Even if they have to suicide one of their stocks, I feel like they might go through with it just to get rid of this Yoshi.
Yeah, but in the end, that's still like a really good thing for Swift's team, right? Even if he managed to get at least one stock, you're still going to be up a stock when that final player comes in. So ultimately, it's up to Swift to just keep the pressure long enough to be able to rack up enough of that damage on that very first stock without losing one of your own. And that actually might be why, the opposing team, 681 Shadow here, actually. If I were them, I'd pick a character that can KO pretty early on. So like one of the more powerful characters, I don't know, like an Incineroar or one of the fighting game characters that can convert like off of like one move and be able to kill you off the side super easily, like a Terry or something. One of those types of characters.
Maybe, but then again, you got to remember that you leave yourself vulnerable, that you're trusting that you can do that once you deal with this one stock here without hopefully losing any stock yourself.
Oh, it's a Palutena that comes out. Okay, so this is a character that's much more like a passive kind of character, so they'll be able to kind of run away and deal damage from afar, but once they get up close, they'll manage to put in a lot of damage. Definitely one of the more balanced characters in this game, and like a definite top 3 character. So Swift Baby might have a bit of trouble if Shadow knows how to pilot this Palutena really well.
Yeah, well, we're about to see it here right now. Neither one getting shots in, but as I say that, see the Palutena is the first to put on the percentage to the board.
Yeah, the thing about Palutena too is that they don't do a lot of damage, but the damage that they do comes in fast. They can combo off of their neutral air pretty easily, and their smash attacks are actually pretty big in terms of just the power of the rest of their moves. Like you see right now, Swift is having such a difficult time even getting in to contest this Palutena.
Oh yeah, that's one of the hardest things about when you have to deal with someone that hits fast and hard. Oh, not too hard, but as in they're just quick. Yeah, and you cannot close that distance on their range.
Yeah, that's a very quick character here. Shadow's just playing this super passively here because he knows the pressure's on Swift to be able to take at least a stock off of them.
Yep. Well, even at that, it doesn't matter how much percentage you get as Shadow. Your goal is just to not lose stock and to get theirs, because that all resets once you get up against the next player.
Yeah, I think he's fishing. Oh. Okay, he's fishing for that forward, the dash attack there from Palutena there. Manages to send Yoshi up in the air, but isn't able to convert anything. Now it's Palutena that's off the side. Managed to get back with the up B. Palutena has some very good recovery, by the way, in this game. Like, extremely powerful here. Yoshi, Swift Baby. Continuing the pressure. Actually, that side B is going to catch a whole lot here. And now there's a whole lot of advantage for Shadow. Doesn't take advantage of one of their really good aerials, however. It's still on them on the back foot, however. Side B once again. Is it going to kill off the top? No, not enough. 153%. So close. yet so far away at the same time, and yet still Shadow is playing really passively. Still knows that they have the advantage here, and Swift is desperately trying to get one of these, like, neutral moves off of it. Actually tries to go for the off-stage edge guard, but he manages to get the stock. That's the most important thing that they were waiting for. Even manages to try to do a little cheeky egg thing right there, even though Palutena is at low percent. Why the heck not? Feeling good about that stock that they just got.
Yeah, I'm telling you about the egg strat. It's there if you can get it. It is so good.
Yeah, and this extra percentage isn't going to matter too much. But Shadow needs to be able to find something. Oh, he needs to find something for Swift Baby. Swift Baby has other plans. He wants to end the match right here. Screw this series. Go to series number 2. He might. Shadow's kind of grasping at straws here, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, Shadow was completely had the advantage this entire time, and Swift Baby, out of nowhere, brought it all back.
Another spike. Another spike into a forward air. 89% for Shadow now. Feeling the pressure. Swift Baby actually just going for these up smashes for Yoshi here. Oh, almost manages to catch that one too. And Shadow is feeling the pressure, dude. He doesn't know what the heck to do.
Oh, the foot! Oh my gosh. I feel like Swift got a little unlucky there and just got... Oh, poor Swift.
Yeah,
I feel like he had the ability to shut that out. I honestly think he did.
That would have been so good too, because assuming that if their third player didn't have to play, that's one game that they have to play less for this entire series, right? So you can just send them into the next series like all freshened up, like kind of like in baseball where you like switch out players to like freshen them up and make sure that they don't get too tired too fast. That same strategy that they could have also done in this. Kinda, a little bit. I'm grasping my straws here.
That's more like football, I think.
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, come on, that was such a great kind of thing from Swift Baby to just be able to take it all the way and make sure that you know, they don't have, because now they're sending in their third player with 3 stocks. They're perfect. Yeah. They got it.
Interesting seeing the map selection there. Such a wide variety.
Oh, there's so many maps in this game.
I do want to bring it up. Although I heard small talk of it, I don't think there's any basis to it. I miss items. I truly do. I understand that people say items are a huge crutch to the game, but let's be honest. RNG is always good to have in there, right?
Oh, you can still play with items. I don't know if you know, they didn't patch it out the game, Somi. You can still play with items.
No, they did not, but many leagues like to not have items allowed.
If I was watching Smash Summit, one of the premier like Smash Ultimate majors that they have for like the top players around the world, and they were playing this game set. They were playing crew battles, but to make it a little more interesting, they had those items on. So they had like Pokeballs and Smash Balls, I believe. I don't think they were playing with Final Smashes actually. But they were playing with like crates and boxes and Pokeballs and all these weird funky stuff. I believe they also had the guns available as well. And it was just so funny seeing pro players play like regular Smash Ultimate and with items, and actually like some of them prepared for it, some of them really didn't because they don't really care. Ice climbers.
Oh no!
That's an interesting
Speaking
character.
of pro players, ice climbers. Am I right?
This is a really interesting character selection. I don't know if Cleone is an Ice Climbers main. I would assume they have to be, because I think Ice Climbers is definitely one of the harder characters to play in this game. They don't have that much range. They don't have that much speed. Really, they depend solely on being able to get into an opponent and just grabbing them. Because if you can grab your opponent or even like freeze them with like one of these side Bs, they can get some really good conversions off of them. But the problem is getting to the character in the first place. And I guess the character as swift as Palutena is, it can be pretty difficult. But you only have to take the 1 stock. So I'm really interested to see how Shadow does this already. Smash attack is going to get Shadow up to 63%.
Truly thought Shadow was done there, but then I remembered they can teleport. One of the most broken things I think out of all of Smash games is the ability to teleport.
Oh, you haven't met Palutena then, have you? Or not a Palutena, Bayonetta then, have you?
Oh, I've met my fair share of Bayonetta. Yeah, no, I have my choice words of Bayonetta. Let's be honest here. I don't think that Bayonetta should have been shown up at all. Personally, I think that. But you know what? That's the viewer's choice. That's
No, I'm pretty sure, like,
Alright.
I'm pretty sure most viewers would agree with you there, where if Bayonetta was not in this game, things would be so much better.
Really? You think so? Because I came across one of my friends. They main it. And I'm just like,
How dare you?
what is this?
How dare you? You're an abomination.
And people thought I was bad with Bowser. Then they see you.
I know, right? But already here, actually, Cleone's doing a pretty decent job at keeping up with Shadow's kind of teleports and, you know, pesky maneuvers around the stage here. Doing a really good job of just being sure to constantly stay on them at all times. So Shadow's really feeling the pressure here. And with the forward, the back air actually, to send Shadow off the side, that's going to be Greensboro taking the first series in a best of 3, by the way. So this is going to be going on for a little bit.
I will say, I've always known Ice Climbers to be one of those characters that you really got to look out for. If you have to fight a good Ice Climber main, that's terrible. Not only are you just fighting the individual, you're fighting practically a copy that's sitting right behind them. So you're not getting hit once, but twice. You're not trying to deal with 1 block. You're trying to deal with 2 blocks.
And that's why
They
I
just
say,
stack
yeah.
on each other.
Yeah, that's why, like, once Ice Climbers actually gets to you, that's when the pressure's on. Because, like I said, a single smash attack or a single grab is going to lead to a whole lot of damage. They're kind of like Little Mac if they didn't have, like, the immense speed and just raw power that Little Mac has.
I'm actually hoping to see some Little Mac because
It'll be
when I
nice.
first saw Little Mac on the scene, I was like, this is awesome. And then I had to try to figure out how to use, I guess, his limit, and I had no idea what I was doing.
It's crazy, but once you do figure it out, it's actually kind of busted. They have to give him the most, like, busted attack in the game to make up for the fact that he sucks off stage.
I mean, he's Little Mac. You gotta root for the underdog.
Look, he's a little Mac. Oh, he's a little boy from New York, from Brooklyn.
All
or whatever
right,
the heck
wait
he
a
is.
minute.
Or I
Wait a
don't even know.
minute. Don't
He's
be
from
like
the big.
that.
He's from the Big Apple, right? That's the story of the
so.
game, from the Big Apple, and he's like Little Mac.
All I know is
so
that he
has
fought
to-
Mike Tyson.
He did fight Mike Tyson. That
He
is
did
true.
fight Mike Tyson.
And then he won, which is amazing. And then Mike Tyson's like, "You're good, kid. You got a good career ahead of you." And then, like, 3 games later, Little Mac's in Smash. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's like, hey, you're good, kid. You're gonna go places.
Was that your Mike Tyson impression?
Yeah, it was. It was pretty bad. I'll be honest.
Yeah,
I
I
won't do it
mean,
again.
it's fine. I think we'll stay away from that subject. You can't have the Mike Tyson accent without, like, the lisp. I don't know if you've ever seen. There was a Mike Tyson cartoon show a while back where he was like part of a
Yeah.
mystery gang.
Yeah, I
Any-
think we'll just leave. I think we'll just drop it there.
Okay, that's fine. We don't have to talk about Mike Tyson anymore.
Yeah, we're done with Mike Tyson. But what is your prediction? What do you think Pace is going to have to do to come back from this 1-0 upset?
So, yeah, so they're down 1-0, obviously. Not the end of the world unless they lose the next one, in which case, yeah, that is kind of the end of the world. Pace, in my opinion, they weren't, like, too far behind in that last series. I just think there were some, like, big heroics from Swift Baby at the end of that match that really brought that match to a close. Like, the fact that they were able to contest with the Palutena at 1 stock and was able to take 2 stocks off of that Palutena just set Clooney up for success. Because I don't think Ice Climbers, I think probably could have gotten like a stock or 2 off of a Palutena, but I think ultimately it was Shadow's it was in the favor of Shadow to close out that set with, like, such a powerful character. But that really goes to show that even with a high tier, even some of these lower tiers like the Yoshis and the Ice Climbers can definitely do some damage against these high tier characters if you know how to use them correctly. I'll be interested to see if Clooney actually sticks with the Ice Climbers. I'm pretty sure they will, but who knows if the other people on Pace will manage to do some damage to them in return, because we don't know the order that these players are going to go back into this.
Yep, that's fair. You know what? I do have to argue one thing. I do not believe Ice Climbers is low tier.
You don't.
I'll be a heretic for that, but you know what?
You might be a
Since
heretic.
the originals, oh, okay. Since the original Smash, I think Ice Climbers has been strong.
Yo,
Like,
so
stupid strong.
I definitely get where you're coming from, because in Melee and Brawl, those characters are busted, right? Everybody knows that like, you know, once you get, especially because they have those the access to those infinite combos where they can grab you and kill you at like 0%, basically.
Or just juggle you the entire time.
Basically, yeah, right. But I feel like in this game, especially because there's like so many characters that are quicker, that have more range, that can like get out of situations like that with like pressing like a neutral air or something. It's not that Ice Climbers are bad because they got worse. They're bad because all the other characters got better. And especially like when they added in those new characters like Cloud and Mrs. Pac-Man, and then
Xenomorph.
and the Xenomorph characters, obviously, and then the new DLC characters that came out in this game, who are all busted, by the way. Pay to
Yeah,
win.
let's see some Minecraft Steve here. Let's see some Joker. Let's see some of these weird ones that have no relation to Nintendo whatsoever.
Hey, don't you dare. All right. Sora
Don't
had
you
a
dare.
few Nintendo games. I played the heck out of 365/2 days, or whatever the heck that game was called, and it was amazing. Although Sora wasn't
What?
actually a part of that game.
I was gonna say, what are you talking about?
That's Kingdom Hearts. Play Kingdom
No.
Hearts. So we play
That's
Kingdom
Disney.
Hearts.
That's Disney.
It's Disney, but it was on the DS.
Yeah, so
like,
so are many
Nintendo.
other Disney games. I wouldn't consider that Disney. No way. I mean, Nintendo.
Play Kingdom Hearts. Go play Kingdom Hearts right now, and you'll understand. You'll understand. Don't worry.
I'll take a look into that. All right. Let's we'll put Mickey Mouse into the game, huh?
Essentially kind of like Sora is kind of like a Mickey Mouse stand-in, so I wouldn't be, yeah, technically Mickey Mouse. Actually, no, because on the Keyblade that Sora has, there's a Mickey Mouse logo on it. So like Mickey Mouse is in the game.
It's Kingdom Hearts. All right.
It's a Mickey Mouse logo. It literally is like the three
That's
circles.
just Kingdom Hearts. You don't worry about that.
That's fine. All right, that's cool. That's cool. All right.
I am curious. You think we're going to see any of the Mario Brothers at all? Like even Princess Peach? Do you think we'll see them?
I'd be surprised if these players get off of the characters that they have. It's pretty difficult to play multiple characters in this game, and if UNCG wants to, like, you know, finish out the series right now, they'll probably stick with the same characters that allowed them, especially Swift Baby, right? Because he was
Yoshi, definitely.
on the Yoshi. Yeah, he's gonna stick with on the Yoshi for sure. But like one of his teammates could probably, he could probably switch if they wanted to. But speaking of switches, this is going to be a great segue, by the way. We're going to go to a short break. Be back in like a few seconds. We will see you then. But Bowser showing how heavy they are, refusing to die off the side here. Finally gets caught out with the
Start up again against Bowser.
They need to, for sure. Oh, look at this grab off on the top platform 2. That gets back to center stage, but now that limit is up. Pan Sausage finally managed to convert. Not nearly high enough percentage, but that up B with the full limit charge is going to do a decent amount of damage. That's going to be Dad Von. I don't know. Actually, I feel like those are two of the more underpowered characters in this game, at least. Ultimate's crazy because like there's so many characters that are viable here that if you're unviable, you're kind of losing themselves. But obviously 113%, so it's going to be tough. Yoshi has a lot of options in order to stay away from Bowser, but not be much more powerful in that regard. Is able to get onto stage a lot more easier. And now with 125%, Bowser's going to have a really tough time, especially since Yoshi has so many options to edge guard him with the eggs and the downs and the spikes, 7%. Our Swift Baby's already sending him off the edge pretty easily, and Yoshi is not not, it doesn't pull his punches in this game. Has a few pretty powerful attacks. Oh my god, JJ's trying to get back up with the straight A. And right now, both of these players are just vying for control. Both of them are just kind of slugging back and forth here.
There they are. Oh, JJ, very close. The smash.
The advantage here. Swift is desperately trying to get one of these like neutral moves off of there. Actually tries to go for the off stage edge.
So good.
And this extra percentage isn't going to matter too much. Shadow needs to be able to find something. Oh, not sure. Swift maybe actually just going for these up smashes for Yoshi here. Oh, almost managed to catch that one too. And Shadow is feeling the pressure, dude. Doesn't know what that can do. Oh, what? Keeping up with Shadow's kind of teleports and pesky maneuvers around the stage here. It's a really good job of just being sure to constantly stay on them at all times. So Shadow's really feeling the pressure here. With the forward, the back air. Welcome back all to Esports U. We are just getting back into a game between UNC Greensboro on the left and Pace University on the right. So far, UNCG up 1-0 in this best of 3 format. So they just need to win one more crew battle in order to take the series and move up in terms of standings in their individual group. And we saw a pretty close game in map number 1, or in series number 1. But in my opinion, the main difference maker was Swift Baby on the Yoshi here. But we are going to be starting off on the second series. It's going to be Sausage and Shadow going up against each other. So it's going to be the Cloud versus the Palu, a matchup we didn't get to see in the first series. So I'm super excited to see what happens here.
Oh, you got Cloud, who's we're Works a lot with his power and a mix of combos. Not too much on the combo side, but with Pal, it's as you mentioned last series, hits a lot, but doesn't hit hard. So who's gonna do more, the damage dealer or the combo?
Combo feeder, the combo breaker, as Palu wants to be known as. Definitely with that counter, she's able to stop a lot of aggression. But Sausage actually able to get up to an early full limit gouge here. 69%. Powerful percentage here for Shadow if they can manage to use it correctly here. But it's Sausage that's ahead currently. Few quick hits by Shadow. Oh no! Up smash almost sends Shadow off the top there. Very close.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that Shadow's facing here is that Sausage is a lot quicker than you would typically expect Cloud to be.
A very fast character for sure, especially when they got that limit up as well. But it is going to be him off the side right now. Shadow's easily able to contest off the side and is able to take that first stock away. But 114%, so Sausage gets a few more hits here. They'll be able to send Shadow to the Shadow Realm.
All right, Jimbo.
Well, I had to go for it at least
Shadow
once.
Realm.
I had to go for it at least once, right? It's just a reference just staring me off in the face here.
All right. It's cringe.
Cringe caster canceled.
Cringe, cancel. Cancel the cringe. Do you see the match of 2-2 stock in here? Cloud still has his limit. Full bar. You know what? I think one of the issues Sausage has here is that they keep using their limit, and it's either a miss or it's a block every time. It's like it's being easily read when they're about to use it.
Yeah, I noticed that in Series 1 too. Definitely wasn't having the best of time with them. But feeling the pressure for sure here. But managing to make the most out of Cloud's just like neutral abilities for sure here. Shadow, by the way, fishing for these side V explosions here that they're able to easily do from a distance. One of the more underrated uses of Palutena's kit here is just the fact that she can kill so far away from you as well. And Sausage doing their best to just be off the side here, but that's a full limit gauge that connects, so, you know, they get at least one in.
Sure, sadly it was sent all the way to the other side of the stage.
Yeah.
I think if they kept it aimed towards the right side, which was almost nearly impossible to do because they were hanging by the edge, sent off like Team Rocket, see you next time, they might have had it. And almost immediately they are equal once again, 0-0 percentiles.
Yeah, these two players pretty even, just trading blows one after the other here. Shadow's gonna stand back a little bit, play neutral just a smidge. We get some early percentage off, but Sausage is able to block all those attempts, and it's 59% now for Shadow. Definitely feel the pressure, but the counter comes out, but it doesn't do a whole lot in terms of changing the momentum of where all this damage is going. And now the full limit bar is activated. Once again, almost actually tries to go for the ledge trap again, but Sausage reads the roll inside and doesn't even use the limit, just uses the regular neutral B. Takes him off the side, and that's Palutena out of the rotation for this Pace University team.
I just remembered something. I know it's Final Fantasy, but that sword's a little way too big for that body. It's like a bee in its wings.
Yeah, it is real. I mean, you have like two Final Fantasy characters in this game. One of them has an insanely large sword, and one of them has the longest sword that like is physically impossible to even like wield. So
I might
pick your poison.
For that.
Well,
I think I can handle the longest.
You think you can handle a 13-foot sword?
Oh yeah,
man, you're one of those, huh?
Yeah, I'm confident. That's what it's called. I'm confident.
Oh, okay. No, I get it. I was gonna go for like Sephi fanboy or something like that, but yeah, I mean, yeah. No, I mean that is a long sword. I mean that's a heavy. Do you think you can hold a sword that long? Like really?
Yeah, it's not always about just strength. You can always use momentum too.
Oh
it's not
wow!
About brute force.
I never thought about that way. That's crazy.
Not many people do. They just see a sword and they're like, stick in hand.
For sure, for sure. Also, I think Sephiroth, like canonically speaking, is like 8 feet tall or something like that. So they definitely got the arm, the wingspan to compensate for that as well. But let's actually talk about the game a little bit. Like that was a really close match, and I think we saw Sausage kind of redeem themselves from that first series where they were kind of blown out the water by that Bowser pick first series one. Definitely had a much easier time against the Palutena on the side of UNCG.
You know what? I wonder if that's why they might have sent Shadow in first, because don't get me wrong, Shadow played their heart out, but I feel like they were on the weaker side compared to the other two. Now, given JJ out of all of them was the quickest to be eliminated.
That's
But
true.
I think it was just a bad matchup against the Yoshi with the Greninja. I just don't think it was in some just didn't seem right there.
Yeah, so maybe they want
So
to send in their heavy hitters later on. Like I can't remember who the name of the person was that played the Bowser, but
Dadvon.
Dadvon, there we go. So maybe they want to send in Dadvon later on to deal with that Yoshi that may come out, and they'll be able to take a few stocks off of the Yoshi and maybe even eliminate them altogether. We'll go ahead and see once these stages are selected here. But yeah, definitely pretty interesting. I wonder who they're going to send in next, though. Is it going to be JJ or is it going to be Dadvon that comes in?
See, I'm thinking that we're gonna get Dadvon. In fact, I got word that we got Dadvon. So
I was about
there
to
goes
say
my prediction.
Yeah, screw your prediction out the window. I set you up, and then the producer was like, "Nah, it's okay. I'll just tell him that it's Dadvon."
Yeah, it works.
But yeah, so it's gonna be that Bowser up against the fudge. Who did he just play against? I have a terrible memory.
Cloud.
Cloud. Pretty weird matchup for Bowser, but then again, I don't play Bowser, so I don't know the matchups fully. I'm assuming that since Cloud's able to rack in a lot of damage, he'll be one of the characters that's easier to go up against Bowser with. But I also believe Sausage has only has one stock left. Yeah, he only has
the one. Well, see, the thing about Dadvon here is that unlike the old Bowsers you saw, because of the buffs that he received from this game alone, he's a lot faster, he's a lot tougher, he's heavier than heavy gets. Like, they are not easy to knock off the map. Sure, they're big, so they are easy to hit, but they're tough. Like, they're so thick-skinned that it's hard to get really any value off of that.
And you'll see an example of his toughness already 114% here for Dadvon. Actually does get the neutral B in response to that. So has to stay away a little bit, but might actually have enough damage to kill off the top. Not yet. Sausage is going to side B just to stay away from Dadvon's enormous presence here. I also like the fact that they went to Kalios here, one of the bigger stages in the competitive rule set for Smash. So it's able, I think Sausage is going to stay alive a little bit longer because of it. And Dadvon also is going to stay alive a lot longer as a result of this.
Oh no! Poor Sausage couldn't grab the ledge there. They tried so hard.
Yeah, they tried. It wasn't a good try, but it was a good try.
Okay. You can see the effort at least. They just saw.
Yeah, there was effort. No. I'm not saying there wasn't any effort. It just was it's pretty limp. Just
just a sad effort.
Kind of anticlimactic in there. They didn't get a nice little send off or anything. It's fine. But yeah, I mean, that's good for Dadvon. Manages to get that win without losing a stock. So definitely gonna stay even in this series for sure. And now you have to deal with either the Greninja, which I think is the obvious solution, is to send the Greninja against the Bowser, or the Ice Climbers. Oh, is he? Crap.
Yes, that is JJ.
Okay, hold on. I gotta reorient my mind.
I think we know who's coming. Because it happened last time.
No, you're right. It's the.
I think we're gonna see Swift.
It's the baby.
He's gonna
himself.
come in like a star.
Yeah. Dinosaur versus dinosaur. Actually, I didn't realize this the first time. We got the green dinosaur versus the red dinosaur. I think that'll be pretty interesting.
He's a turtle.
Well, he's kind of like a dinosaur. I don't know. He's a Koopa. Koopa's like a. Oh, it's never mind. We lied. We lied. It's
Hey,
not going to be the Yoshi.
I was saying we were expecting. Doesn't mean that we lied. We just got word that we're going to be getting the ice climbers.
A producer just loves to shove it in our face like, yo, guys, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Why are you giving them misinformation?
We can't get our good old predictions in. We were just saying, no, here's what happens. Follow the script.
Follow the script. It is going to be
Yeah.
Cleone coming in, and I'm assuming they're going to stick with the ice climbers because it's such a niche pick. I don't know why they would change it up. This is going to be interesting because this is a character that can go in and I think they can get the grab pretty easily on that Bowser since it is a bigger target here. And so they're able to get in a lot more damage than if they were going up against like a Palutena, right? Which was what they were going up against the first series.
They were. The Palutena was on one stock itself. And in general, it's ice climbers. You know how I feel about ice climbers. They're notorious.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we might see a little bit more. I'm just saying, I think we might see a little bit more of the reason that they're notorious in this game because they're able to get those combos and those grabs in a lot easier with this bigger character that's not as fast as a Palutena, right?
Sure, but I will say because it's Bowser, just because it's a heavy, I think that Bowser will have a better advantage compared to the Palutene. Just because because you're not just thinking about one individual entity. You got two, because it's ice climbers. So if you hit one of them, it's equal to hitting the other one. Either or can take damage. That will rack up that percentile.
Yeah, but also Nana, who is like the AI character, she's kind of stupid sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. Like sometimes you try to control her and she just sits there like, duh. She doesn't know what to do.
I've had some interesting situations. Have you had where one of your ice climbers accidentally falls off the map, but doesn't take a stock? It's just the ice climber's gone, and you're just left with one ice climber.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the whole point. Yeah, so like if your Nana dies, then you get to continue on the stock just as the solo ice climber, and your job's obviously a lot more difficult because it's just the one of you, but you're still technically free to do damage and stuff. It's just kind of unfortunate whenever it happens because it's like losing your left leg or something, you know. It's pretty vital for you to, you know, be able to do damage. I don't know why. It's just, you know, it's just one of those things where if you lose your Nana, your job to do damage and take stocks is immensely difficult and much more difficult. But they can still do it.
It can be. But yeah, maybe it's just my heart for the heavies. I love heavies regardless. But I don't think the ice climbers have it. I know I was hyping them up and all, but we're against a Bowser and a good one at that. Like Dadvon's shown up time and time again, and he's shown up for his ability to play the heavy.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely do think that Bowser is one of the better heavies, and he definitely does have some tools like his forward air and his neutral B that lets him spin in that shell that he has. Those are going to be great advantages to have against these ice climbers that really can only try to like come up against them. But on the other side, actually, ice climbers have the ability to kind of play at a distance with those icicles and also try to freeze the Bowser, which is going to be a lot, you know, more powerful since the fact that he's such a big target. So they'll be able to, you know, have a much easier time going about it here. And they're actually going to go ahead and start off right now since neither of them has to lose a stock. I like the fact that Cleone just walks out of the fire like, okay, I don't want to deal with this no more.
Yeah. Well, poor Nana. But the solo ice climber, they're getting just value off of that spin move.
Oh, and this is the grab conversion that I was talking about. One single grab and you're able to rack on like 40%. It's so cool to watch because it's so technical. Definitely one of the harder things to do in this game.
Oh yeah,
for sure. Ooh, Nana actually manages to find just walk right past him.
Yeah, if you're Bowser here, your goal is to try to actually separate these guys, make them not as work together for their value, because that's their biggest value is being able to work together. Like you mentioned, the technical grabs. That fire actually burned through all their blocks, surprisingly.
Yeah, it does that a lot of time. But it also
Uh-oh!
recharges really slowly. It actually manages to get the grab on the Nana. I'm surprised Cleone wasn't fast enough to react to that. Might have been the lag, unfortunately, but is going to be sitting at this high percentage now with only the Popo to work with. But Dadvon is going to go off the edge.
No!
He went down too far. Bowser isn't that good at recovery, man, my dude.
No, I think he should have gone for his like a pound down ability if he had it available, because that might have sent him up just enough rather than the shell spin.
Who knows? Who knows? They are going to get the grab onto the lone Popo here.
Oh no! Don't tell me he makes it. He actually made it.
It was a missed
They're
edge
so
guard.
floaty.
I know. And he's so high too. Just like a single hit from this Bowser could seal the deal here, and it does.
There it goes. Yep. But we are looking. It's still only 2-2 in terms of the players, as well as the stocks themselves. And Bowser's taking a beating. Oh my word. Poor guy.
Yeah.
I hate to see it.
Thankfully, he's able to run away once he gets back onto the stage. Actually managed to power through the fire there with the double side B here. And even Bowser, he manages to get the grab, but Nana's there with the side B to drop it for him. That's one of those things. You can't be too comfortable grabbing an icy because the other one can just pound you into submission.
Yeah, so something I actually noticed that, yeah, you can get rid of Nana, but if you do damage to Nana, it doesn't actually add up. I thought it did before in the older games.
It might in
maybe
the older games. I don't think it does in this
It
game.
might have. Yeah, in this one, it appears that that is not the case, which is which I find just so unusual, because I thought they worked as a unit.
Right, they're going to be able to get into good position here from Dadvon to be able to separate these two icy players. But unfortunately, they have to stick together once again. It's going to be the down B to get Nana off the top here, alongside a grab here.
No!
Did he just kill himself?
Yeah, he did. Just to get rid of Nana. I think that was a mistake. I don't think he meant to do that.
He really wanted to get
Wait,
rid of that.
he just skipped him.
So icy. Okay.
Oh.
Whether or not you want to debate that it was worth it or not, it was most definitely a sick play. Gotta give him homie points for sure.
Yeah, homie points? Really?
Yeah.
You gotta give him homie points?
Yeah, that's worth a
Alright.
stock in my opinion.
Okay. You and I have different standards. I see that now. For heavy players.
Well, it is going to be Dadvon that takes the win here with one stock available. So now I believe it is only the swiftest of babies left on the side of Pace, I believe. Right? He's on
No,
Pace.
UNCG.
Nope, UNCG. There we go. No, I knew it. I knew it. Nobody saw that.
It's either one or the other.
It's
You'll
either
learn
one
real
or the
quick.
other. 50-50. I went for it and I missed. But I mean, if it goes anything like the last series, I think Swift can still do some damage here, even though they're down one
Yeah.
stock all around.
What I don't think Swift's gonna have an easy time right away. Because Dadvon understands how Swift's gonna play and understands that he's gonna have to play it safe.
Mhm.
So maybe it's gonna be a little bit map dependent on his play style. But he's definitely looking to get as wide of a map as possible in order to best utilize his abilities as a heavy against Swift.
Really? Because I would think they want to go with like a shorter map to be
I
able
don't
to
think
kill
so,
off the side more easily. If you're able to land some of those heavy hits, such as those forward airs or those, like throws or whatever, you'd be able to kill Yoshi a lot easier than if there was a larger stage.
Well, you see, we just saw it with Ice Climbers. They were super floaty, right? And
Mhm.
Yoshi's even floatier. So it's not going to be easy to send them off. Rather, you want to have more of that like ground space if you're going to have to slam down all the time with these grabs as Bowser or just body slamming everything.
That's true. That's true. All right. Yeah, we definitely see when we get into the game, but like we said, it is going to be Swift Baby that has to take 4 of these stocks in order to win the match for UNCG here. But like I said, I think it's pretty doable, especially since had a pretty decent matchup against. No, actually, I don't think he faced Cleo he faced Devon the first time, but had a pretty decent matchup against the Palutena and the Greninja that is still on the table here for pace.
So he actually did. Swift did face off against the Bowser first. Then he faced off against the Greninja, actually taking out Greninja.
Yeah, he took out Greninja.
And then facing the Palutena. So he's seen all of them. He's gotten all the experience. So setting him up last might have been the best play for UNCG. Although it's a 3-4 advantage at the side of pace, that's only one stock.
It is only one stock.
If it's Yoshi we see again, I think Yoshi's going to prevail here.
But now that I say that, because in his match against Greninja, it was very even. They both took each other to one stock apiece. So they both had 3 stocks apiece, and then they both took each other to one stock apiece. So if you're Devon here, or Dadvon, you theoretically, you only need to take like one set off of Swift Baby for a pretty decent chance of getting the win here.
Well, see, we also saw that the Greninja had lost his 2 stocks to Swift's 1 stock first in the prior match, if I'm recalling correctly. I think if you're going to be Bowser and you are going to go down, at least take 2 stocks. If you have to suicide, take it with you. I mean, first knock him off the stage, but if you see like it's not going to work, take him with you. Like that's the best thing you can do there.
It would be funny if we saw a suicide again, not on
that
an
was
AI
an accidental.
this time.
That was a pure accidental.
I'm
calling
not
that.
sure. I'm not
That's
sure.
That's a misclick. That is a fat Q press right
We're gonna
there.
have to ask in the interview if he comes on, but that would be amazing if it was just on purpose. Like, yep, this is totally worth it. Get rid of the Nana at all costs. Even if we lose, the war will win the battle. That sort of mentality.
I don't think that's the good logic to be working with. I think you meant lose the battle, win the war.
That's not my logic. I'm just saying what they're thinking, you know?
Okay.
I'll respect their opinions and everything as such. But it is going to be match point actually for UNCG now that I think about it here. If they manage to get this. You having trouble there? You good there?
All right, you don't have to worry about me. You don't have to worry about me.
I won't. I won't look at your cam anymore. Your cam anymore for sure.
But what do you think they might not pick the Yoshi though? Do you think there's any slim chance they may not?
I would say they pick the Yoshi still. I think Yoshi's a good character.
I think so too, but part of me just wonders that because if you do have to lock in your Yoshi, that you already had an entire team play against you, right?
That's true.
You've experienced all the players. They've all individually experienced you. So maybe you don't see another Greninja. Maybe you see a bit more passive of a Bowser. Maybe you see more an aggressive Bowser. Like people try to switch up their play style when they are faced with something that hurt them the first time around.
For sure. On the flip side of that, I've also heard like from the community of just like at large that Yoshi is a very difficult character to play against. Like I said earlier, doesn't have too many like weaknesses that you can exploit from Yoshi, like good recovery, good neutral, good combos, even some potential for just staying afloat with their projectiles and whatnot. So it is going to be Yoshi still. I think Swift was very confident on the Yoshi first series. I think they'll stay confident moving forward.
Just a casual watch into each other's eyes, like, yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, sort of like a guns drawn at noon sort of business where, all right, now they're both in position. So once again, Battle of the Dinosaurs. I know that Bowser's a Koopa, but still, I have always thought of him as a dinosaur, so we'll stick with it. And it's much cooler to say Battle of the Dinosaurs rather than Battle of the Dinosaur and also the Turtle.
Oh, you could call, they're still reptiles.
Sure. Battle of the reptiles. Let's
Let's
go.
find a happy medium.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, his ultimate actually makes him look like he turns into just a pure prehistoric, and there goes Bowser.
Yeah, never mind. Okay, we don't have to talk about the matchup anymore.
Yeah,
It's
we don't want to talk about that anymore.
pretty comfortable, swift, very swift battle conclusion to that battle for sure. And
Yeah. See, that's what I was warning about, is that if things are going south, you need to just take them with you, and he didn't that time. He was actually being kept at an arm's length that entire time, thanks to the combo of the Yoshi, and couldn't get much value. That's why I was saying you need that longer stage just to have your footing there if you're getting comboed so hard.
yeah, they were playing on Town and City, so kind of a neutral stage in terms of like size. So
Yeah.
they just played the safer option there, but Dadvon unfortunately was not able to take the stop. And like I said, Swift playing pretty comfortably. Got some damage racked up
Yeah.
on him, but nothing too major, nothing that was causing him to go like, oh shoot, I need to play more passively. Just able to get some good combos in, and eventually got the spike in, which is obviously the way that he likes to finish off these sets in. And now it is just going to be the final player on the side of Pace here to hopefully get the reverse sweep in this series. And I'm wondering if it's still going to be the Greninja or if they're going to try for something else this time.
See, don't get me wrong. Greninja's fast. It matches the Yoshi speed. I just don't think it's a good pick. I personally don't think it's the way to go. But I am a heavy player. I do move slow, so maybe I'm slow up here too. Maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. But I don't think Greninja's the play here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether or not they stick with it, because also with these characters, these combo heavy characters, you really got to put in a lot of time to learn these characters and to be able to get the most out of their combos as well. So I mean, who even knows if this player has any other characters in their arsenal that they can pull out in response to the Yoshi. I mean, Yoshi is such a weird character to counterpick with. Who do you even go with if the Greninja ain't going to work out for you and you've got like almost no other characters you can depend on? I mean, a heavy, but obviously, like, if you're playing a combo character, you're probably not like you're not interested in playing the heavy characters. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe a DDD. That's where a lot of comboing comes in with his utilities, sending the spikes in, sending the little minions in. You just launch them at him. You try to keep that distance while also dealing the damage.
Potentially for sure. I can see the logic there. But who knows? I think these players are a lot better than us. I don't know about you, Somi. Maybe you're like secretly a god or something at this game. But like they probably are thinking much more technically, so they'll be able to make a decision. We'll see if the Greninja comes out here, but I really do think it's going to be on that Greninja player to be able to pull it out. I mean, like I said, it was very even between them and the Yoshi player when they played in that first series, but it was just Yoshi able to get the advantage at the end there with their combos as well. So I mean, we'll see. It's going to be this time, it's not the battle of the dinosaurs. It's going to be the battle of the dinosaur and also the frog Pokemon.
The reptiles.
The frog is an amphibian, though.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know what? You tried. You tried to go with the reptile thing again.
I was like, oh, it's an animal. And it's like a reptile. It's a reptile.
It's a reptile.
No,
yeah, no,
it's a reptile.
It's an amphibian. To be fair, amphibians kind of suck. So like, yeah, I would rather be a reptile than an amphibian, to be honest with you. So
Yeah,
I mean, I get the logic there for sure, but maybe not this frog Pokemon, because it's like a ninja frog. So like, it's a cool amphibian.
You don't think you can measure up to that standard?
I don't think so. No, for sure. I mean, have you seen Greninja in like this game and the anime?
Yeah, I'm just like,
he's like,
it's okay. It's okay.
He's like Naruto, but he's a frog. you know?
Yeah,
Kinda
sure.
crazy.
Keep dreaming.
Hey, man, I can
Yeah,
dream. I can dream.
Yeah, I'll go with my superior any day, please. I will take my snake grass Pokemon with me.
Yeah, for sure.
Here we see JJ and Swift.
Oh!
It's a Luigi!
You were asking
Yes!
earlier that if we were gonna see a Mario Bro, and I'm like, I don't think so. Luigi is interesting. 'Cause this
Luigi
is,
is an exception. He has that grab ability thanks to the vacuum they gave him.
Yeah, his grabs are insane, and he has some insane combos that are kind of like Ice Climbers, where he's able to kill at really early percentages, and then we see actually the 0 to death combo in progress there, but Swift is barely able to get out in time. It's going to be really interesting to see if JJ has if this switch up is going to enable JJ to take the win here for Pace University here, and he's got sort of an early lead here already. The Swift is actually going to counter back. Such a great egg to disrupt the up B, but unfortunately not enough to keep him off of the edge.
See, one of the things I love about Luigi compared to Brawl is that in Ultimate, he's so acrobatic in comparison, and he's given so much more utility too. Unlike before.
He's got the vacuum cleaner, he's got that plunger, which is able to actually gimp opponents off stage if you manage to like take it on top of their heads and stuff like that. But Yoshi here is going to be pretty comfortable.
That fire.
Yeah, the fireball as well, obviously. So playing at range. Oh, did you see that snipe? That was insane. There's no way.
But I don't. Okay. He does make it. He's an acrobatic god, but he does lose a stock despite making it back to the edge. Yoshi was able to guard it properly. But I'm not sure he will live here unless Swift can make a comeback here. I think he's going to lose a stock to JJ.
We don't see. The Tornado's going to come out to try to kill off the top. Not going to do so far. Like I said, Yoshi isn't very light, so able to stay alive for much longer. Is comfortably going to be able to get back on stage here. Does have to avoid the plunger here. 59% on JJ for this second stock. And although the Luigi pick was kind of a surprise at first, I think Swift is able to just kind of balance it out. 72% on the side of JJ.
Yeah, and you know what I'm seeing here right now that's a little personal disappointment is that JJ is taking just so much damage against Swift, and honestly, that just actually shows the skill Swift has to be able to combo all their hits, just racking up that damage against them, and to hit all those shots while guarding the edge so freely, so effortlessly.
That's why I say, dude, these top Yoshi players are able to make so much work with just the versatility of Yoshi's abilities and whatnot. And Luigi does kind of have a hard time trying to push into enemies, kind of like horizontally. Obviously, the real power of Luigi comes out whenever he gets one of those grabs or one of those like down tilts. But obviously 86% here on the side of JJ. Swift having a field day just racking in the damage. JJ's going to have such a hard time trying to come in here. I don't even think the up B is going to save him here. Actually gets helped a little bit by Swift just to stay on the stage a little bit longer. But 132% has to commit. Air dodge.
The boot.
He does get a boot to the face. It's not going to be this plumber that's jumping on anybody anytime soon. It's going to be the dinosaur they ride on. Put him in the movie instead of Chris Pratt. It's going to be Yoshi taking the cake. It's going to be Swift Baby closing out the series. What, you liked that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then out of all those.
I liked that one too. I'm glad one of my jokes got you. But it is going to be UNCG Greensboro to take the set here. Two in a row on the side. Pretty close at times, but I think the real winning factor here was just Swift Baby on that Yoshi pick.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, honestly, we saw them both games. Oh, you heard my doubts in Series 1. I was like, Swift's not going to live here with one stock, and almost completely wipes it.
It's like they heard you over the broadcast. Was like, oh, this guy's doubting me? He's doubting the Swift Baby? Oh.
Yeah, apparently a lot of people do that to me. It's a trend I've been noticing.
I believe.
Anyway, we're going to head over to break now. We'll see you guys real soon. We're going to look for an interview. Don't go anywhere.
Edge guard. I know. so high too. Just like a single hit from this Bowser could seal the deal here when it does.
There it goes. Yep. But we are looking, it's still only 2-2 in terms of the players, as well as the stocks themselves. And Bowser's taking a beating. Oh my word. Poor guy.
Yeah.
I hate to see it.
Thankfully, he's able to run away once he gets back onto the stage. Actually managed to power through the fire there with the double side B here. And even Bowser, he managed to get the grab, but Nana's there with the side B to drop it for him. That's one of those things you can't be too comfortable grabbing an icy, because the other one can just pound you into submission.
Yeah, so something I actually noticed that, yeah, you could get rid of Nana, but you do damage to Nana, it doesn't actually add up. I thought it did before the older games.
It might have
maybe
been the older games. I don't think it did.
It might have. Yeah, in this one, it appears that that is not the case, which I find just so unusual, because I thought they worked as a unit.
Right, they're going to be able to get into good position here from Dadvon to be able to separate these two icy players. But unfortunately, they have to stick together once again. It's going to be the down B to get Nana off the top here. Alongside a grab here.
No!
Did he just kill himself?
Yeah, he did. Just to get rid of Nana, I think that was a mistake. I don't think he meant to do that.
He really wanted to get
Wait,
rid of
he
that.
just skipped him.
Okay. Whether or not you want to debate that it was worth it or not, it was most definitely a sick play. Gotta give him home points for sure.
Yeah, homie points. Really?
Yeah.
Gotta give him homie points.
Yeah, that's
typically expects Cloud, because the skill Swift has, to be able to combo all their hits, just racking up that damage against them. And the hit, all those shots will guard through the edge so freely, so effortlessly.
So I say, dude, these top Yoshi players are able to make so much work. It's just the versatility. Hello, esports you and Smash Brothers fans, all of you lovely people. We just witnessed the match between UNC Greensboro and Pace University. It was a best of 3, but we didn't get to see 3. We just got to see 2 as Greensboro takes it 2-0 over the Pace Gold competitors. And with us today, we have the definitive MVP from this matchup. It is the swiftest of babies themselves. Swift Baby, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing good, man. Thank you guys for having me on here.
Oh, well, no
By all
problem. We
means.
just, we wanna talk to you guys about, these matches here in the collegiate scene. Obviously, you guys were 4-2 before this week, and now you're 5-2, I believe.
I
Now,
think I think we are now 4-2. I think last week we were
okay,
3-2.
maybe the website's all wrong. I'm not sure. You're obviously
Who
the
knows?
better
I could be
expert
wrong
about
either.
it. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. First question I wanted to ask you was actually just about your character pick, because you were rocking the blue Yoshi, and you were pretty much dominating some of these guys on that Pace University team. So I wanted to ask you real quick, was, what's your experience with Yoshi? Is he like pretty much your go-to main? Do you have any other characters, and why do you play him?
So yeah, Yoshi is my go-to main. I've been rocking with him ever since basically the start of Ultimate. I do have a few other characters that I am like, have in the back seat. But I think tonight I was just very confident. I decided to go with my main bread and butter pal right there, and I went in there. I just played the game, and we were able to take it in a nice fashion.
Heck
That's
yeah, for
great.
sure.
My question for you is, what was going on through your mind when you had to face off against the Bowser, the Greninja, I'm gonna call her Palpatine at this point because I keep jumbling up. You know what I mean? What was your mindset going against all 3 of these characters at once? Because you had faced all 3 of them in the series.
Yeah, I have. So at first, like with the first round, like I obviously lost the stock before I got the stock of the Bowser, which I was like, you know what, that's fair. It's like it happens. I got the trade. With the Greninja though, like I know a good friend of mine. He plays Greninjas, so I was able to apply that knowledge, and
Hmm.
I wasn't expecting to get down. I was expecting to like take the last stock, but I was able to get it done. So that really surprised me on my end. And
Mm-hmm.
then Palutena, like or Palpatine as you guys would call it.
That's just me.
So yeah, that matchup, as you may know, is very bad for my
Mm-hmm.
character for multiple reasons. I get outboxed, outspaced, and just worse recovery. But I've faced my fair share of Palutenas, and I was able to apply some of that knowledge to this match and surprisingly take 2 stocks with it. So I felt pretty good after I was able to finish or get as much of the deed as done.
I mean, you were pretty much like the main reason for that big comeback in Series 1. So definitely hats off to you for that. One final question. I know one of your teammates, Cleon, I was pretty surprised when I saw the Ice Climbers pick come out on their side, and I was wondering, they're probably an Ice Climbers main probably at this point. I'm not sure if you can answer for them, but you know why they pick such an obscure character in this game, especially because I think Ice Climbers just have such a hard time in this game. So Minomi was rooting for them all the way, but for me, I don't see that many Ice Climber mains. So do you think you give us a little bit of insight as to why Cleone sticks with that character?
He likes the he likes the desync and the like the sort of technique that it takes to do the desync. He really rocks with the character. I've faced him a couple of times in tournament 2, like from a couple years ago before COVID and everything. But
Mm-hmm.
I was able to but yeah, he really likes the character. He likes the like the techniques and the desyncing, all the crazy stuff, all the craziness that can happen, the ice wall, the iceberg, what's it called? Oh, the
Whatever it's
iceberg
called,
launching.
icicle,
Yeah,
yeah.
the iceberg gimps, all of that good such,
Okay.
and the hammers. Like, he's really good with it. And yes, that is his main.
Obviously, awesome sauce. Well, don't want to keep you here for too much longer. You probably want to go home, eat some dinner. But real quick, Swift, is there anything that you would like to say since you are on camera for all the world to see? Anybody you would like to shout out, or any last words that you have to say for us or the audience?
Well, first of all, I am home, so this is a nice thing.
You know.
Secondly, though, I would do like to give a big shout out to the guys in UNCG. We've been having a pretty good season right now, so it's like we're looking really good right now. I also want to give a big shout out to we have our own triad. I haven't been a triad server for Smash, so we have a Discord server for that. Any of you guys in North Carolina, close to the Triad region, Winston-Salem, all that good such, come check the Discord out. You can find me under Swift Baby hashtag 6937. Yeah, I can send you the I can send you the link, and come hang out with us. And I do have a revival of a tournament going on in school too, so big excited for that too.
Ooh, all
And I
right,
think
all
that's
right.
about it.
Well, that's
All
great
right,
to
then.
hear. Yeah, for sure. Well, great talking to you, Swift Baby. Hope you have a good last week of the tournament, and hope you do well for the rest of the season. It was nice talking to you.
I appreciate it. You too. You guys too.
Thank you. Thank
Thank you very much.
Somi Nomi. What a spectacular match we just witnessed here on the side of Smash Ultimate, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. You know what? For first timing for both of us, that went pretty well.
Yeah, let's give ourselves a pat on the back. We did a good job. Yeah.
You can pat yourself. I don't do that thing.
Oh, you don't do it? Okay,
Nah, it's a little weird.
Oh, okay.
People
Well,
weirded it out
you
for
gotta
me.
you gotta have like the self-confidence, the self love. You gotta love yourself a little bit, Somi Nomi. You gotta love yourself. Just love yourself. Because, hey, that's a good lesson for all you watching. Love yourself a little bit more tomorrow. Just wake up and love yourself a little bit more. But if you're in the mood for some more Super Smash Brothers goodness, we did have another game that was happening at the same time as this one earlier in the broadcast or later, whichever way it appears in. We also had an NJCAAE Rocket League match as well, and just one more ESAC Super Smash Brothers match as well. Tomorrow, we'll have some Rainbow Six Siege and some Valorant goodness for all of you. You may or may not see either of us on the broadcast, but even if you don't, there are plenty of other great and talented casters and producers and observers that are on this channel as well. Make sure you check out the rest of our content here at Esports U. We bring you 24/7 Twitch collegiate esports goodness all day, every day, no matter where you're come from. Come by, just join us and watch good esports. Somi Nomi, is there anything else you would like to say before we hop off for tonight?
Well, if you want to see little side stuff, random Twitch things, you'll find me on Twitch.
Yeah, we'll find you.
TV.com/Saminami. Anything from you, Rudy?
Nah, you just find me on Twitter. I post about all the things that nobody cares about at RudyTG _2. I don't even know which one it is at this point. But yeah, I mean, check either of us out if you enjoyed our commentary. But other than that, have a good night, folks. We will see you later.